Hello everybody, good morning. Well, it's good morning for me, good afternoon, good evening for you maybe. I'm Lizzie from Love from Lizzie, and today we are going to be live doing our Christmas craft-a-thon. So this is the first time we've done anything like this, so I'm hoping that we're all going to have a lot of fun. I can see we've got lots of lovely joiners, so I am going to start by giving you a run over of what today is going to look like. And then we're going to gradually and with a reasonable pace at the same time get through all of the different things that we've got planned for today. So the purpose, firstly, you know, the incentive for doing this event was it's July. It's a really good time to start making those Christmas and holiday cards, because if we wait until, you know, sweater weather, it's sometimes cutting it a bit fine. So starting off in July, it gives you that springboard into that festive feel. Now, I'd love to be wearing a Christmas jumper and a big Christmas hat, but my gosh, it's so hot. I'm sorry, you're just going to have to put up with me looking regular. But this is a very Christmassy thing, so if you are able to drink your hot cocoa or have a mince pie while you're going, good for you. But what we're going to do is we're going to run through the email that I sent, which runs through the different bits and pieces that you might need that are extra. We're going to run through everything that came in your class bundle. And then we're going to talk about what we're actually going to make. So I'm going to pull you straight down, and I have got here a trimmed version of the email that was sent. So obviously we're live now. This email that I sent you has got the link, and it's a hyperlink, so you just click on the blue bit and it will bring you back to this class. So we are going to be trimming out the breaks on the replay, so that if you're watching this in your own time, you're not going to be forced when to stop. But today we will be taking 15-minute breaks periodically, because whilst I'm really good at talking, it also helps for me to take a little break, and it gives you the opportunity to reset your desk, because I find when you're doing lots of different sorts of projects, your desk can get very overwhelmed. So we're going to be covering how to make the most out of this bundle that we've put together. Now, we're not going to use all of it. There is going to be so much left over for you to play with afterwards. So don't worry that that you need to be careful with it, because there's lots and lots of lovely. We really did pack it out well. So we are going to be making a one-sheet wonder. Now, I often do one-sheet wonders live on a Tuesday morning, once a month, but they are with 6x6. Now, this glorious pad that you've got in your kit is 8x8 inches. So you could just enlarge a regular 6x6, but what I've done is I've designed one that looks really, really pretty with this. So we've got a one-sheet wonder that will make 6 cards. Now, in this paper pad, there are 32 sheets. If you take out the acetate, the vellum, the stickers, and the cardstock, that's going to leave you with 24 sheets. 24 times 6 is, if you wanted to only use one-sheet wonders, that is an awful lot of Christmas cards that you can get out of one pad. And there is tons of ephemera. We included 2 packs. So that is a very valid way of making Christmas cards. We're also going to create a card that doubles as a gift. I did include in the pack these little angels. Now, they are little hangers, so they can go on a Christmas tree. If you've got someone that you want to send a card to, and possibly even a gift, but postage is expensive, or it's just too much to send everyone that you love a gift, creating a card that has a gift as part of it, I think, is a really special way to celebrate someone. So we're going to create a card that includes one of those angels, and it also means that you can duplicate that going forward. These are, I mean, we have these as available on our website, but these really cute wooden veneers are perfect because they're a little bit bigger, but they still fit on a card front. So there is that. We are going to also do some factory line card making. So we're going to essentially create a card and break down how we can make lots of, because one of the things about Christmas cards and holiday cards is your friends all get one. So you can use one design and make that your 2026 design. And if it's just one design you're doing, you can really churn them out quite quickly, if that's your intention. I will also be doing a couple of cards using the stamping. So just because stamping isn't something that I focus a lot on in my videos, but there are some really good techniques for you to be able to make lots of cards relatively straightforward without lots of techniques and lots of tools to be needed. So we're going to be doing that as well. So we're going to be covering a bit today. So I hope you've all got comfy seats and lots of snacks. I've got 2 bottles of water, so excuse me if I'm gulping along. Okay, so toolbox supplies. So these are the sorts of things that I would have expected you to have in the local area to your crafting. You know, a paper trimmer, craft knife. We put a stapler in there. I know that's not usually what you would have. In fact, I don't know where mine is. Oh, there it is. It's not necessarily something that you would keep on your craft desk. There are these really wonderful tiny attachers that would work as well. Just something that will bite through and hold fast is what we're after. And pretty much everything as well, I think we could swap out. If there was something on that list that you said you didn't have and you popped it into the comments, I'm pretty sure Liam can suggest a very suitable alternative. I also included in this ink pads. Now, black, grey, red and green is what I've said. I'm using oxides, so it's a personal choice. We've got lots of lovely dye inks that we could recommend if you needed something to compare to using a different product line. I use oxides a lot because I find them very easy because they're nice and juicy in my particular craft room. Right, extra products to have on hand. Card bases. So we're going to be making A2 size cards. I usually make top fold, but for these I'm going to do side fold cards, and I've got white. Now I did also say a little further down red and green cardstock, similar to the colours of the paper pad if you've got a selection. Now again, what I have, and I've pulled out separate, is I keep these, I have a trolley, I have a cart next to my my desk here, and I have all of these different folders, and in the different folders I put scraps of cardstock because when I create these little pieces, and I don't know if it's that I'm mean or I'm careful or I'm environmentally friendly, but I keep all of these little bits and pieces because there will be a project that I do only need the tiniest piece on. So having this right next to me really helps. But you see, like this, for example, this is a pearlescent cardstock. I wouldn't want to throw that away because that could look really pretty. But I keep these next to me, so I try to use those first before chomping into full sheets. But I do also have a selection of full sheets of different colours, and it will just be a case of seeing what fits with my card as we get to it. But it's not 100% necessary. If you haven't got any other cardstock, you can ink it, you can keep it white. You know, this is a craft-a-thon. It's not a class. This isn't where I'm going to say you must do this, then this, then this. This is we're going to craft together, and I'm going to guide you through what I do. So, gold mirror cardstock. Now there are 2 sheets of 8x8 within your pad. So you have got some already to get started with, but I really like adding in shine. I am a magpie at heart, so I genuinely enjoy making cards look pretty and shiny to jump out from the mantelpiece. So I've said 5 sheets will be more than enough. I don't think we'll get anywhere near that, but I thought it would be better to tell you too much than not enough. I will be using stitched circle dies, but you can use punches, and I've given some sizes there that will be appropriate, but you could also just find something round and draw around it and then cut it out. So don't think you need to have all of these fancy things that I've put in here. I'm just saying this is what I will use, and there is always alternatives, and if you're struggling to think of one, put it in the comments, and if not Liam, someone else will probably have an idea as well. It's the one lovely thing about crafters, there's always an alternative. So, colouring supplies. Some people like watercolours, pencils, pens. I'm not teaching how to colour. I will show you how I colour, and I'm going to use my Olo markers, and I've listed the colours that I'm using so that you can have a look. And I think Liam actually has it on his table, my swatch. There it is. Sorry, I meant to have that over here. So I have this folder. This is my fabulous folder, and it has swatches of all of the different colouring things that I have. So I looked through here and I held my paper pad over and I picked out some colours that I thought were going to work the nicest with my pad. So, and it was the same again with the inks. But this I've got the Copics in there, the Prismacolor, all of the different mediums. This is it's like my cheat sheet folder, and it's never far away. But I've listed out the colours that I'm using, and if you have a different, if you use Copics, if you've got, I don't know all the different brands, there's hundreds of different ones, but if you let us know which ones they are, I will have a look through their listings and suggest some colours that will work. Post-it note or some other masking medium. So this is, because we're going to do a little bit of masked stamping, you don't have to have masking paper. You can just use regular copy paper and then have maybe some washi tape or some sort of, low tack tape that you can stick it down with. So don't worry if you don't have exactly post-it notes or masking paper, it's not necessary. White cardstock for stamping and die cutting. So we'll be stamping some sentiments, we'll be doing some colouring, and we're going to want to create some layers. So just a few sheets of white cardstock to have on hand, and then red and green, I'd covered that off earlier. Optional extras. Oh gosh, please do excuse me. Can you unplug me for a sec? Sorry. Really sorry, everyone. Sorry about that. Okay, optional extras, stitched nested rectangle dies. Now, we are going to create our gift card, creating a frame, and I'm going to create it as if you don't have those dies. So we'll be making it from scratch. But if you've got stitched frame dies, you can create really beautiful frames very easily. But I just didn't want to work on the basis that everybody would have those, so we're going to use a different method. Gold spray or gold paint for brush splatter. Now you see a lot of the cards, let me show you, let's give you a sneak of one of them. This, I love it because it's clean and simple. You can put your sentiment on or you can pop the sentiment inside. It depends, because some people like to have lots of writing space for Christmas cards, because this might be the only time of the year that they communicate with these people, so you want it empty. But this card, before attaching this, I would love to spray in like a splatter. So it's just an option. So I thought I'd pop it on there because I think some of them would look really lovely with that. Glossy accents or a glaze. I have got Nuvo Crystal Glaze at the moment. It's essentially something that's going to go on wet and then create almost like an enamel effect over the top. It looks so pretty on the ephemera. It highlights those little bits and pieces, so strongly recommend some of that. A gold metallic pen, it's always good to have gold, silver, black and white as far as I'm concerned. Keep those nearby. They actually stay in my toolbox, so because adding just those little hints here and there really does make it nice. Ink blending tools, again, we're going to be using some ink. Sometimes it's nice to smudge a little bit of colour in somewhere. If you've got any specific bling, now we've got ribbon, we've got peel-offs, our cards are going to look gorgeous when we're done with them, but just in case you had something extra you'd like to use, have that out, ribbon or twine. Again, we've included some ribbon, and one of these pieces, depends on which one you want to use, is going to be spoken for our gift card, but the other one's available. Versamark embossing powders and a heat gun. We will be doing stamping, but the heat embossing with the sentiments and with, again, it's that shine. I can't move away from it. But that's our email. Have to find your splatter box. Yes, what I'll do is moments before I need mine, Ilka, I will send Liam running for it. His face is uh-oh. Right, so that's the email that you've got. Let's just run through what you received in your bundle. So you've got the Magic of Christmas paper pad. I'm just very quickly going to flick through so that you've got an idea. So we have they're almost pinky reds. It's a really lovely soft tone of musical notes. Then we have some script with trees along the bottom. And at the top there are snowflakes. There's a little border. And you have the same in green. Then we have snowflakes over the writing. We have these super cute silhouette cookies. The damask over music. And then we get into the shiny ones. You can tell this was very popular. I absolutely love doing this one. So we've got all of this shine to play with. Snowflakes, and then we have this really nice geo. And now we get into our specialty. So we have vellum with the damask in gold foil. Now this is acetate, and it will show better if I, there you go. So it's got musical notes on it. So it's really, really subtle though. So it's not going to take away from whatever is underneath. And then we have these really cute stickers. So there's the magic of Christmas, 'tis the season to sparkle, silent night. And then we have a few of these different angels and cherubs, a couple of gingerbread and some poinsettias and a little heart. Then you have a sheet of gold mirror cardstock, and then the whole pad repeats. So you can copy exactly as I'm making today, or you can use a different page. It's up to you. But you have your pad. We have 3 sheets of peel-offs, including a brand new one. So, they won't play ball and come here. We have our green with gold finish pinstripe. The finishes at the moment, the silver and the gold finishes, I can't get enough of. So you're seeing them a lot in my cards at the moment, but they look so pretty when they're on. So you've got your 3 different widths of pinstripe here. We've also included some gold mirror mini twinkles because the pad has a lot of gold in. It does also have silver hints. So if you prefer silver, by all means, go in that direction. I've included trim and things that go with gold because the mirror in the cardstock's gold and the foiling. But particularly in the ephemera, there's a lot of what looks to be silver glitter. So go with what you like. But the mini twinkles, and then this is our brand new peel off that was exclusive to this bundle. And these are our red mini stars with gold finish. So they're your 3 sheets of peel offs. We have the Holly Jolly stamp set. So you have an igloo and the polar bear. And the polar bear's who we're going to be using today. And then we have these really cute owls, one with earmuffs and the other without. We have an Arctic fox, a tiny little Christmas tree, and then some sentiments. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Let it snow and holly jolly. So that's the stamp set. You have 2 ephemera packs. So one of these, this one, is frames and flowers. So you've got lots of different poinsettias in both pink and red. And they have leaves in green and silver glitter. And then there's lots of frames, and they're mainly gold, adorned with some more of these little florals again. And then in this one, this is our angels and cookies. I mean, what more can you ask for? Angels and cookies. So we've got Christmas trees, candy canes, gingerbread angels, which are super cute. And then we have cherubs, angels, all in decorating the tree, blowing a horn, just standing there looking beautiful. So we have tons there, and we've kept these all quite uniform in size so that when put on a card, they're gonna look great by themselves. So you don't need to feel that you have to put multiple pieces of ephemera. Like, you could use 1 piece of ephemera per card if you wanted, and it would look lovely. And we have our ribbon, which I did just quickly show you. So this is super shiny, red and green. We have our lovely little angel tree decoration. So we have a gold one and a silver one. And then we have our Christmas sentiments. Now, these are beautiful, and they do cover off everything. We have Deck the Halls, Let It Snow, Peace, Joy, Ho Ho, Season's Greetings, Feliz Navidad, Noel, I think I've just read that. Merry Christmas. And then you've got a swirl, you've got some holly, a couple of hearts, and a little heart up here as well, and here. And then you have these little, I don't quite know what they are. I always think they look like splashes, but they're just little emphasizers. And these can be attached obviously on anything. So this is that set. Now, that is everything that you get in your bundle. And I'm going to just pop that over here. I'm going to tell you something that I found to be really helpful with a die set like this. Now, I cut a piece of cardstock. This cardstock is just over 5 inches, so call it 5 1/4 by 5 3/4 piece of gold mirror cardstock. Cut it out. I took the die set out of the packaging and then made sure I couldn't see my dies anymore. And I run that through the machine, leaving all the dies on the backing, because that way I have now got a negative. Doesn't need to be done in gold, to be fair. You could do it on a piece of white cardstock, black, anything that you like. But it means then that if you decide to stick Noel here, you can lay your guide on and then you can stick the pieces back in, and it's all at the right space. I hope that makes sense. But it means that you line everything up nicely, and it also shows you which letter goes where, because in some of these, let me see, you have an E in the seasons and you have an E in Felice. So, and they're different because these are all hand drawn. So having a cheat sheet like this makes life much easier. And it also means that when they come out, they are still largely, I have used a couple of these, but they are still largely within the dies. So they're very easy to pop out and to get stuck down. So it's up to you. Obviously your packaging gets a little bit battered. So if you like to keep your packaging super nice, then I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. But as you can see, it does the job, and it means that all the dies go through. You've got lots of sentiments all cut in one go. And any of the little loose pieces that remained on my die cut mat, I just popped into a little triangle, and I know that they're all here. And so these ones that have come loose, I could equally just pop those in there just to make sure that I didn't lose them. Obviously, I picked these off and used these ones, so that's why that's not attached anymore. But that's a tip from, like, this now, when I pack this away at the end of class, I will pop that into the packaging, and that is, that's how that will remain, because then I know that I've got the negative to be able to lay the words out, because some of these letters aren't connected. You know, these ones, you've got the G by itself, and then the R to the T is attached, and then these are individual. But it looks so pretty when they're all stuck down, when they're not attached. So that's just a tip that I'm suggesting you take with you. And maybe it's not how you like to do it, but I find it keeps it really clean and tidy. So let's talk about our one sheet wonder. We are going to pick a piece of patterned paper. We are going to need a sheet of gold mirror cardstock, a whole sheet. So this is 8.5 by 11. Let's get the pad out as well. A pad. And we are going to need 6 A2 card bases. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We will be needing decorating. I've only turned the mirror cardstock upside down because otherwise the camera will be screaming at us. You are going to also need a pencil. You're going to need a ruler, and it does need to be a long ruler in my estimation. You can do it with a shorter ruler, but you'll be measuring side by side. So I would suggest those. Keep those handy, and then a pencil eraser. Going to need that. We're going to need, because it's me, foam tape. You don't have to have a roll as big as me. I'm just greedy. I'm going to use my fine tip glue in the glue press because I don't like there to be lots of glue. As a result, I often also use a very clean brayer just to squash everything down. I'm just trying to tell you everything that I'm using ahead of time so that, because I know that there are people that are crafting straight along with us, if you've got all of these things within arm's reach, that really does help. A trimmer. Now I've got my big guillotine. If I pull that in, there'll be no room for anything else. I also like to keep my tiny trimmer handy, but I will be making a lengthways cut on the gold mirror, which doesn't fit in this one. And I think for now, that is going to be great. What we're going to do is, now I'm just sitting with this on the screen for a little bit while everybody collects the items. We are going to pencil draw out the measurements onto our gold cardstock, and then we're going to do exactly the same onto our patterned paper. Now, depending on how clever you want to be, if you want to draw the pattern out onto the back of the 8x8 paper, and then you want to clip together 2 or 3 sheets so that you're cutting them all at the same time, it's entirely up to you. It means the cut gets done a lot more. But we will be doing just 1 sheet. But as I say, there's lots of sheets in your... My card bases I'm not going to need because we're going to have a break before we actually assemble them. The brayer, the pencil stays, the ruler stays, the eraser stays, and so does the paper pad. Very sorry everybody, I am just going to have a quick sip of water. He's going to mute me though so you don't hear gulping. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to show you the cards. I've shown you what you need, which is mirror cardstock, pad, ruler, pencil and eraser. Okay, let's pop those to one side. Now, these are very, very simple. I haven't peel-offed them, I haven't stamped on them. These are just the cuts with a piece of ephemera and perhaps a little dye. But so if you look at the piece of pattern paper, because this is the 1 sheet wonder that we're going to start doing now. There's the 4 pieces here. We have the 2 triangles. We have a, I want to call it a pennant. I hope that's the right word. It reminds me of something out of Sleeping Beauty when I was little and they had all these beautiful flags for her coronation. Looks like that. And we have this one, and then we have the fishtail, which you've seen. So these are the 6 cards that I managed to get made using 1 sheet of gold mirror cardstock and 1 sheet of pattern paper. So I'm going to use a different one, different piece of paper. In fact, I'll quite possibly use the green with the snowflakes on. But in fact, let's do that now. And there are variations on where you can stick your panels, but we'll get to that a bit later. So we're going to be making 6 cards using this template. So paper pad. You get to choose whichever piece you like, because even if you choose a piece that I want to use later, there is a second sheet in your pad, so it's not difficult. We have the musical notes, the trees and the script, and these would also look really very pretty. They're very subtle, but then with the gold frame on, that would work very well as well. I can't help myself for these sorts of cards. I think I am going to use some of the gold foiling, and it's just picking which one. I mean, this is stunning. It's so regal. And I think if I was going to make all of my card bases either red or green, this would look exquisite. But because I'm keeping them white, as much as they would look very, very classy, I want something with a little bit of colour. So I used this one in the examples, but I think I'm going to use the green snowflakes. So you use whichever it is you want, of course. Out you come. Tearing all my pad apart now. There we go. And as I say, this is the point. If you want to do multiples at the same time, tear those pages out as well. And then use, we call them bulldog clips. They're like the really sturdy black clips that you can clamp around something. And then you draw it all on the back and then you can cut them all at the same time. Up to you. Now, pad can go here for now. And what we're going to do is this particular design doesn't have an upside down or right way up, which is nice because it gives us the flexibility that once we've put the cuts in, if we decide to make the paper portrait, then we can. So consider that also when you're choosing your pattern paper. If you've got something that icons need to be the correct way up, just bear it in mind. Anyhow, we're going to flip this over to the back. I've got my big ruler. This ruler is great because it has the lines continuing further on them. So when I measure something, I put my 0 there. And just because the 0's in the right spot doesn't actually mean that I'm measuring straight. So because of the printing, being able to use that line there on that edge, again, it can look straight-ish on that line, but I've got the other side as well, which will really highlight. So this sort of a ruler, it's almost like a quilting ruler, is fabulous for this sort of a job. Now, this isn't something that you can go straight to the cutter with. Usually, my one sheet wonders, you don't have to do the pencil marks. I can just tell you the measurements and you can just start cutting. But with this one, because we've got these, because I'm not wasteful, they actually interlock. So we can't just do straight lines, I'm afraid, everyone. But we're going to make a start. Inches are relatively new to me, so please be kind whilst I'm shouting them out. I'll take my time and I'll go over them lots and I'll write them in big as well so that you can see what's on there. But I'm hoping that everyone now has got their piece of paper and the ruler and we'll do it together. So the first measurement I'm going to ask you to measure is at the top edge. We're going to put some pencil marks right along that top line. So obviously it's 0 to 8 inches. And the first one you're going to mark is 3 1/4. 3 1/4. In fact, I might pull you on the close-up for these measurements just so that it's super clear and you can see 3 1/4 there. Now, the next measurement, you can hold your ruler still and we're going to go 2 inches. So 3 1/4 plus 2 inches is 5 1/4. Okay, that leaves 2 3/4 at the end. So 3 1/4 and 5 1/4. They're the two measurements you want at the top of your page. Now, this is obviously the back of the paper, so it doesn't matter if we draw a line and have to erase it, and that's what we're actually going to be doing shortly. We're going to now measure down the side of the page. In fact, I'll pull you back overhead because we're now not close enough. But on the side of the page, so this is what we've denoted as the top. We've got our 2 pencil marks here. I'm going to measure from the top down, we need it to be 4 1/2 inches. So, because I'll turn my ruler around, 4 1/2 inches from the top takes us to here, which obviously is going to leave us 3 1/2 inches from the bottom. Now, because I've got all of these lovely lines on my ruler, I can draw this line straight across. But there is a portion that we're going to erase. But this makes it a lot easier. Okay, so we've got a nice pencil line running across at 3.5 inches from the bottom, 4.5 inches from the top. Now, at this point, I'm going to do some measurements now on this line here, which are, we're going to do 3 1-inch marks. So we're going to mark it at 1 inch, 2 inch, and 3 inch. If I'm going too fast, please just let me know. Okay? And now from the other end, I am going to mark at 6 3/4. And then I'm going to mark again at 5.5. For now. This is where we're going to put our fishtail and our pennant. Okay? So from this mark at the top that we put in at the beginning, we are going to draw a line all the way down to our pencil line that we've marked in the middle here. I'm just going to draw that in. Okay? And we're going to do the same on the other one. And what this is going to create for us is this is card number 1, and this is 3 1/4 across by 4 1/2 up and down. I hope that makes sense. This one, we've now got this really nice rectangle, and this is card number 2, and this is 2 inches across by 4 1/2 up and down. Time 11 AM Mountain Time. We have been going for a little bit now, Doreen, darling. I will have Liam pick up with you, Carl. We've got the fishtail now that we're going to be working on. So this is a 2-inch panel. If you mark 1 inch in the middle, and now I'm going to ask you to twist your page to the side. It just makes it easier. And we're going to measure 3/4 of an inch in from that original pencil line and just put a dot. That dot there and then that dot we're going to drop to either side, okay? Dot, dot. So we now have our number 2, which is our fishtail. Now this is number 3. Now number 3, you get to decide. You can either put your lines diagonally this way or this way. It's entirely up to you. So we will put our pencil line in, and we are going to be drawing from corner to corner. Okay? Top corner to bottom corner. Again, you can flip it the other way if you prefer, but I like the orientation of having the triangle in this corner and this corner. If you flip the line, the triangle will be this corner and that corner. So however you prefer. but this is 2 3/4 across by 4 1/2 up and down. Okay, that's these and these 3 done. So now we've got all of these little pencil lines here, and what we're going to do is we're going to essentially just draw all of them in going down, apart from this bit in the middle underneath our fishtail. We can now erase so that we don't confuse ourselves. Okay, we don't need that bit there. Hope that makes sense. So now I'm just going to draw these lines coming down. I'm lining up my ruler with the line I've drawn and with the line at the bottom of the paper pad, and then just marking them in with the pencil. Then obviously I leave here and then I jump over to this measurement and do the same. There we go. Okay. So now we have cards. This is card 3. This is card 4. Okay. And these are all 1 inch up and down by 3 1/2. Ignore that. 1 inch wide, sorry, by 3 1/2 inches up and down. Okay, and these 3 are the same as the first. This one is our pennant. So this is card number 5. And this, because of its extra, is 4 1/4 tall into the point. And wide, we are 2 1/2. 2 1/2 wide by 4 1/4 tall. And then this, we are going to measure up halfway on this. So it's 3 1/2, so that's 1.75. And then we'll draw this line in here. And this is card 6. So 6, 6, 6, 6. And these are wide 1 1/4 by 1 3/4. 1 1/4 wide by 1, and then these 3 are the same as that measurement. Okay, so these are our 6 cards. Something that I would recommend doing at this point is all of the pieces that have more than 1 cut. So this one, I'm going to write 3. It's quite obvious because it's got the diagonal cut in, but it does help. And I'm going to call this piece T for top and this piece B for bottom. Top piece, bottom piece. Over here, I'm going to label these A, B, C, because there's 3 and they go in that 1, 2, 3. Does that make sense? I hope. Pennant, only the 1 piece. There's 4 of these. Obviously I've put the measurement in this one, but I'm going to call them A, B and C and D. A, B, C and D. And then on just one of them, I can draw the 4 pieces and then you do arrows. So I've gone like a Z, haven't I? So A goes to B, B goes to C, C goes to D. And then I just pop little arrows. because then that way, when I assemble these, if they all get jumbled up on my desk, I know that all the pieces will continue nicely. Just show you on the one that I've made. So on the close-up, you'll be able to see this snowflake continues here and this snowflake continues here. It's not the end of the world if they get jumbled up, but I think it does look so pretty when the pattern continues with just that lovely seam of gold running through the middle. Okay, so this, I'm going to leave this here for a moment, just so that if anybody wants to screenshot, let's make sure we can. I think I've managed to knock my desk, haven't I? Sorry about that, everyone. But this way, you've got the measurements written on there for each of the cards. You've got the fact that there's 6 of them, how to make sure that you don't get the pieces confused. So I'm hopeful that that is going to clear up anything, any questions and such. So we've got this done. Next, we're going to mark out the measurements on our gold mirror cardstock because these are for our mats. Oh, excuse me, reaching. Now, same again. We're going to measure these out, and then we're going to take a break. So, first thing that you need to do is we're going to put a pencil line straight across the width way. And that is 3 3/4 inches from the top. So 3 3/4 inches. Get that lines up on here. This is one of the reasons I love a T-square ruler as well, but I'm not using one here, just to make sure that it's super straightforward for those that don't. But you hook the T-square over the edge of your craft mat. Just in case you've got one, I just thought I'd share this. You hook the T-square so that it sits flush. You push your cardstock into it so that top and bottom are sat nicely with it. And then you get that line and to line up with your mark. And you know that that is perfectly straight across the middle. So I do really enjoy a T-square, but appreciate that that's not in everyone's toolbox. But what we did there was we measured 3 3/4 from the top, meaning that you've got 4 3/4 at the bottom. Now we're going to put 2 lines up at the top and we're going to put 3 lines in the bottom. And I'm going to write those down so you can leave it paused if you want to. So the first measurement is 2 3/4. The next measurement is 4 3/4 from that point. So 4 3/4, which, if you're being a grown-up, that is 7.5 inches. So the first measurement is 2 3/4. And the next one is 7.5. Okay, they are the 2 that you need to have. And then you can just join those in top to bottom of this section. So let's get those drawn in. So this is for card 6. And this is 2 3/4 by 3 3/4. And for card number 6, this piece is 4 3/4 by 3 3/4. And this is for card number 3. So these numbers that we're writing in the bottom corner Which ruler am I using? This is creativeimpressions.com. Any quilting ruler will be great. I do like this one because it has a metal edge on it as well, which means that if I want to use my cutting knife, I can. Because ask me how many rulers I've shredded using a craft knife. Far too many, so having a metal edge was the reason that I got this one. But it's really nice because it's heavy and it's very flat, and that's what you want, isn't it? You don't want a bendy ruler. But these numbers that I am writing in the bottom corner coordinate with which number card. So this is for card number 6, which is this card. These ones are 6. For card number 3, that's this set here. So I'm just trying to make sure that everything marries up nice and easily for us when it comes to the next part. So this leaves this piece here, which is 3 1/2 inch by 3 3/4. There was no prizes for getting that bottom measurement. So 3 1/2 wide by 3 3/4 tall, and this is for card 4. Okay, now we've got 3 more measurements to do, and then we'll have a break. So this first measurement that we're going to mark is 2 1/4. The next one is 2 3/4 in from that, so that's at 5 inches. And then the next one from that is 3 1/2, which takes us to the 8 1/2 inch mark. Okay, so I'll run those numbers again. So 2 1/4. Then the next one is at 5 because it's 2 3/4 from the first one. And then the next one is 3 1/2 inches from the first, which is positioned at 5 1/2. So I'm now going to join these all in. Let's drop them down. 1, 2, one more. Okay, everybody, we have now prepped for 6 cards. I'm not going to be doing any bone folding or scoring because I have done those already. Just in case you haven't got yours ready, you can use the break for that so that we can start assembling and doing the fun bit. But I will just write the pencil marks in, and then we will take our break. So this first piece, this is for card number 2. And this is 2 1/4 wide by 4 3/4 tall. The next one along, this is for card number 5, and this is 2 3/4 wide by, you got it, 4 3/4 tall. This is for card number 1. So this is 3 1/2, 3 1/2 wide by 4 3/4 tall. This you get to keep. This is separate. So I appreciate this probably would have been better if I'd used a felt tip rather than a pencil, but I'm not perfect and I do also make mistakes. So, but by all means, if at this point you would like to pause the video for a little while, just to make sure you've got your measurements all out correctly. Cards 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then what we're going to do when we come back after the break is we're going to chop this all up and we're going to turn them into 6 cards. Now, the decoration of which we can start together, but also it's very much what you enjoy, what you want your cards to look like. But that's the first section of our live. Any other questions that you might have, obviously pop those in during the break. And when we come back, we'll make sure that we address them for you. So don't go far. I'll see you shortly. Hello everyone, sorry. Someone had a new Rubik's Cube time they needed to share with me, so I didn't realise the time. Okay, right, so what we've now got, everyone, I'm hoping, is this sheet of 8x8 paper with all of these measurements on. And we have this sheet of 8.5x11 gold mirror cardstock with these measurements on. I'm back, I'm here, I'm sorry. Okay, it's tricky trying to do this in the summer holidays. So, what I'm going to do is now, I'm going to cut these. I'm going to show you how I cut them. And it's not particularly straightforward because we don't have lines that go all the way down. And we don't have a line that goes continually across because of this. So, I'm going to use some large bladed scissors. Oh, gosh, right, so these are actually quilting scissors, but they're obviously paper scissors and you can't use them for anything else because they get very cross. Liam knows better than to touch my things. But what I'm going to do is the first two cuts that I'm going to do are going to go to these two corners of the bottom of the fishtail going across. Okay, so I'm going to line on the close-up camera. Show you that I'm going to line up the blade, the open scissor part of my blade here, and line up the end of my blade to be here so that I can do it in one snip. I'm also known as Houdini sometimes, sorry. Right, so I've lined that corner up. Sorry, it's very difficult to look at this and look at the camera as well. But that corner is laying in the blade, and then in one snip, holding the paper as still as I can, I'm going all the way up to that corner of that. And then I'm going to flip the page around and I'm going to do the same on this side. So get the corner of my scissor on that pencil line and then cut straight all the way to the corner of that. And then, so we cut here to here. Don't go beyond because then you'll start cutting into the pennant. Okay, right. And at this point, I'm actually going to cut the fishtail piece out. So these two lines, again, using my scissors. Now, if you prefer, and you've got a metal-edged ruler, you can do this with a craft knife. Just, you know, lay your blade along the line. Gosh, I've got some fluff and sticky on the end of that. That's not very nice. But you can put your knife point on the tip where it goes, and then introduce your ruler to it. If you do it the other way round, if you put the ruler down, your blade may not go in the right spot. So blade, then ruler, then line up the rest of the ruler and drag. And do that a couple of times. You may have got through it first time, but it's always better to use gentle pressure and do multiples than push once hard and drag, because then you may end up snagging the paper or dragging it a bit much. I actually prefer to use scissors than a craft knife, but it's just for those of you that may prefer that option. So now this piece is actually ready because this is number one. There's only one piece for it. So I'm going to pop that one in the top of my craft mat, and then I'm going to cut this other side of the fishtail next. So lining up my scissor on that pencil line and then just letting the scissors make sure the line is straight, and I'm just going to keep going down. There we go. So now this is card 3. We can cut that if we want to, but I'm actually going to leave that all together because I know that that's one card. So they're staying together. Now, at this point, I'm going to cut either side of the pennant so that these two are just left attached in the middle. So the bottom of that third 1 inch line all the way up to the top, and by not continually opening and closing the scissors, I know that line is straight. Again, these are all card number 4, so they can stay attached. And then one more there, and I'm cutting the other side, lining that up with my pencil line at the bottom and letting the scissors do the hard bit for me. You possibly could have used the trimmer at that point for those edge pieces if you wanted to. But yeah, this is card number 6. We'll leave those attached. And now here, this is the bit that is a little bit unusual. Because if I cut along those lines, I'm going to be left with sort of like a funny house that's got a roof that's too small. So what I'm going to do is I am going to lay my scissors over the corner. On the close-up, I want to show you this actually. So if you imagine this line carried on, and in fact we could do that to make it perhaps that little bit easier. Lay your ruler back over, get that line from the dots, keep it all straight, and then just continue it all the way down so that you've got this tiny triangle here. And we'll do the same on the other side as well. From the dots, make sure the ruler follows that line down straight, and then just continue it off so that we've now got these two tiny little triangles on either side. Now we're going to cut along that line all the way in towards the dot, but not beyond the dot. Again, craft knife if you prefer at this point. And then that tiny triangle will actually fall away. We don't need that. There is some waste from this one sheet wonder, but it's only minuscule, so I don't feel too bad. And it doesn't need to go into my scrap bags. Bless you, dear. Got very sneezy Liam. Okay. So now I just tucked back in because I wanted to make sure I didn't overcut, because otherwise you get the lines going further on the front. So now I have got card number 5 and card number 2. So these are all 6 card pieces. Now some of them will get trimmed down further. And we can do that, I think, once we've done our mats. Now this I am going to use my big trimmer for, because these are straight lines and there is one that goes straight across, and then it's all very simple. Don't need to use the scissors anymore. So pop those back. I'm going to bring over my big trimmer. Now there's obviously a gazillion different trimmers on the market. I like a guillotine because the slidey trimmers, they don't seem to last very long with me. So, as we said, this is 3 3/4 inches and this is 4 3/4 inches. So, depending on which way up you put your paper into your trimmer. So this is 4 3/4. Line that up, so making sure that my cardstock's pushed all the way across here at the top so it's super flush. This trimmer has a ruler halfway along, so I do get to double check that this is in the right spot and here. Hold it down and chop that across. So now I have my 2 pieces. Let's pop those over there. I am actually going to use my little trimmer now because it's easier to use under the camera. And I'm going to cut these different pieces now. 2 3/4 inches. 2 3/4. That's all lined up lovely. So this is card number 6. Now this trimmer only goes to 4 inches, so I can't actually do this measurement, but I can do 3 1/2. So I'm going to spin it upside down and cut at 3 1/2. There we go, so there's card 4 and there's card 3. Now, this piece, 2 1/4. So that takes us to there. That's for card number 2. This one's card number 5, and this is 2 3/4. And then this final piece is 3 1/2. And now this goes into my gold mirror scrap bag, because I don't need it for now. I'm sure we'll use it at some point today though. So the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to lay these all out. Let's get rid of these little triangles. We don't need those anymore. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5 and number 6. Now I'm going to marry up my patterned papers. So that's number 2, number 5, number 6. I read the 4 there, that confused me. That's number 4. This is for number 3 and this is for number 1. So we'll do them in the order that we have numbered them. So let's start off with card number 1. So card number 1 doesn't have any additional cuts in. It's just this one lovely piece of cardstock, and then here's the gold mirror. You lay that over the top, and I've just noticed that I've got a tiny little snaggy bit there. So me being the perfectionist I am, I'm going to lay this in and just take off a hair's breadth off of the edge there, so that when I do lay that on there, that looks much nicer, doesn't it? And now it's got that really lovely border all the way around the edge. So I'm going to use a wet glue. Now, if you are confident using a tape runner or double-sided tape, have at. The reason that I like using wet glue, especially when I'm creating a border, is it just gives you that moment or two of play. I just realised my microphone's not clipped on. Sorry about that, everyone. I hope that that's all been loud enough until now. Nobody said anything, so I'm guessing it must have been. Right. Okay. So I'm going to put glue on the back, and I'm using the fine tip because it means I can get a really thin bead. Because this is a mirror cardstock, it's got a plastic coating, which means that the glue can't absorb in very well. It will squish on it and it will hold the paper. But if you put a big blob, it will just turn into a big blob. It will soak into this paper and it won't give you a pretty result. So I'm just giving a very thin smearing of glue. I'm also not going right up to the edges as well, because again, because this is shiny, when you apply it on and apply some pressure, it will actually squirt out the sides. We don't want glue poking on the gold mirror because it will change the look of the shine. Now, the nice thing about using a wet glue is you get to put it down and then you get to move it ever so slightly. But I'm quite happy with where that's been put. Now, holding it still with my fingertips, I'm going to use the brayer just to flatten that glue out and make sure that we're not going to be left with any bits of glue that are going to swell up and make the paper go funny. But that is your first mat and layer. And I'm going to take a card base. Now, as you can see, this takes up the vast majority of the card front. It works beautifully this way and this way. So this is a preference thing. But for now, at this point, we're just going to pop that inside that card and set it off to one side while we work our way through the other 5. Now this one is our fishtail. What I'm going to do is I'm going to stick the patterned paper right along that top edge. And once we've stuck that on, we are going to trim away the excess. I think it's much easier to do it that way than it is to cut the fishtail out of this piece and then try to line it all up. Because you've got these points, I've always found this easier. So, same as before, I'm going to put a very, very stingy, seemingly, amount of glue keep moving the piece, come down into towards the bottom, but not right down because you don't want too much glue down there. So let's flip that over. I find it easier when I'm sticking up to an edge to have that edge next to me. So make sure we haven't got any fluff or stuff hair that I'm sticking into it. And then I'm going to, as I say, line this up so that there's no border at the top. It's just the border at either side. Make sure that it's straight at the top and then in the middle, and then the sides will just naturally follow. So here we go. And then again, using my fingertips to hold it firm at one end, I use the brayer just to gently flatten that glue out underneath so that we don't get any soggy paper. And now it's really pretty. I mean, the thing is, you could leave it like this if you like. That also is very pretty. But if not, get your pencil. You can see where the corners are. And then you can see the size of the gap. I am going to put a dot. And because this is gold mirror, you don't actually need to draw. Let me put you on the colour close up for this. You don't need to draw. You can just press. Let me see. There we go. I think you can see that now. I've pressed my pencil so that there's an indentation there. There it is. You can see it when I reflect it off of my camera boom. You mark an indentation and then you take your scissors. I'm going to take some smaller ones because I don't need the big ones. Line this up on the corner of your gold mirror cardstock and then put the top of the blade where the dot is and then cut towards the dot, and then do the same on the other side. Put your blade to the corner and then go back and forth until you meet in the middle there. There we go. And now this one's ready to go. So this you can put in the bin, don't need it. You can hang on to it in case you want to make a mosaic tile with it. And then we'll take another card front. And as you can see, this works beautifully as a portrait card, also as a landscape card. So you get to work that out when we come to building those up. So that's the second one done. Now we have our third, and we need to perform this cut. You can do this with scissors, but that is actually quite a long line. So I'm going to bring in my little trimmer here for this. And what you want to do is get that corner with the pencil line and that corner with the pencil line lined up with your blade. And because it's on a slant, you can't actually use the push bar, we'll call it. So you just take your time. It's not worth rushing over. And then drop the hammer and you have your two pieces. Now I've put T and B here so that I know this is the top and this is the bottom. Now, let's move that over. This is our mirror cardstock. Ooh. And what I'm going to do is, this one goes like this, and then this one goes like this. So your corner matches up with that corner as if it was so that it could be slid. It's not slid away, it's almost like it's been put in the middle and then slid open. Now you may not want to have such a wide gold gap in the middle, so what you can do is you can put that further to the edge and trim this down somewhat. But I really like having that nice big chunk of gold shining through the middle. But I'm going to pop some glue, and the same as before, not a lot and not up to the edges because I don't want it to splurt out. But I do want to get just a little dab near those corners because nobody likes a corner that lifts. So I pop this down, leaving an equidistant gap around the two sides and at the bottom. Give that a gentle smooth. And then I'm going to flip this round and do exactly the same for this bottom piece. Glue in at the middle, little dots, just to make sure those corners get covered over. And then exactly the same. And I'm not looking at this piece, I'm just looking at the gap around the corners. 1, 2, 3 corners here, or sides I should say. Because if they're right, then this in the middle will take care of itself. And so now that I've got these down, fingers to hold them still, going to give those a nice bray. Spin it around. And do the same. And once you've got the glue dry, if you've got a corner that is lifting, that you could have put perhaps a little bit more glue in, you can do that once it's dry and it's a bit easier to just poke round. So that's our next one. I'm going to get another card base and we'll tuck that in there. Now we're moving on to card number 4. So this is the 3.5 by 3 3/4. That's our mirror piece. And these need to be chopped at 1 inch intervals. So, as you can see, it's 3 inches. Take it down to 2. And then down to 1. And I have lettered these alphabetically, so I know which order they go in. So A, B, C. And whilst they're like this, another trick that you can do if getting these confused and round the wrong way, is take a piece of low tack tape, run it over your skin or your jumper or whatever you're wearing. Stick them down like that. And now you know they're in the right order to stick onto your paper. Now, what you can do as well, this is a personal preference thing. It depends how comfortable you are lining up. I like to place the middle one right in the middle and then space the other 2. It seems to work better for me, but it is each to their own. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the lines on my grid mat, and because this is 3.5 inches, it does actually work really nicely because this 1/2 inch here sits right down the middle of my cutting mat. So where's my tape? I've just thrown the roll somewhere. Had it in my hand and then disappeared it. It's going to be right in front of me, isn't it? It's there, right there. Sorry everyone. But what I'm going to do is take a small piece and I'm going to attach my mirror cardstock down very gently. I'm not pressing at all hard. The bit that I'm pressing on is my craft mat. And it's just so that I know that these lines are in the right spot. So from here, I'm going to take that middle piece and I'm going to pop some glue down the middle. And then I'm going to be looking at these 2 lines here. Now this is 1 inch wide, so it's going to go over. But if I look at these 2, I can see that that is the middle. I get to go from the top as well, and then I get to move it so that the gap and the top and the bottom are equal and that I haven't overhung either side too much. So that's that piece stuck down. Now I'm going to take this piece, which will come over here. I'm going to do the same, pop some glue, only in the middle. And now I've got a much easier task of making sure that I'm balanced at either side and the top and the bottom. You can also use a T-square ruler for this, That does make it very easy to make sure they're all in line at the top and the bottom. I'm going to take my final piece from over here. And now I don't need to worry about this being attached any further. So I can just slide that out, make sure there's no sticky. Where's my cloth gone? Did you hide it? No, you didn't. I did. This is just a microfiber cloth. Just make sure that any of that sticky is now no longer sticky. And I'm going to attach this final piece on. I hope this has made sense as we've been going along and how and why I've done things. But this one I'm going to balance at the bottom. I'm looking at this corner specifically. And then I'm just going to let that fall into the right spot there. And now I've got these really lovely straight lines. The edges are balanced. Because the alternative is you stick this onto cardstock and then you trim the cardstock down. But if you trim one side too much, you've got to trim all the other sides, and it can end up being that you haven't got an awful lot left. So, action. Okay. So now we have card number 4 prepared. Pop that in. And we'll move on to number 5, which is the pennant. So, similarly with the fishtail, he does get accused of everything, doesn't he, Mary? I sent him off to make me a coffee in the break and I didn't even drink it. How rude is that? Okay, so now I'm going to pop the pennant and I'm going to do exactly the same. You can, if you want to leave a border at the top as well, there is plenty of room to do so. But I am going to stick it right up to the top because I want it to hang from the side of the card. Okay. So going around, but not too close to the edge, as I've mentioned once or twice before. And then what you do is, if you're going to do as I am and stick it right up to the edge, make sure you look at that line, this edge line. Once you're happy you've got it along the edge, look at the top and the bottom amount of gold to make sure that this width here is the same as this width here. And then gently smooth that down. Make sure that everything's straight and that you're happy. And then fingertips, holding firm. And we'll give that a little bray in both directions. There we go. Now, similar to the fishtail, I'm going to put a little pencil dot in the gold mirror foil, and I can put a dot at either side as well. And then, oh, I can snap my lead. And then what we can do is we can just join those little dots by scissors. So this dot sits in the crook of the blade, and then I point my scissor tip to the dot. It doesn't matter if I over snip on this side because this bit here is rubbish. So same again here, and I'm just gonna take that along, pointing towards that dot in the center there. Okay. So I now have the mirrored pennant. So that's number 5. Okay, number 6. And this is our grid one. So I'm going to use my little chomper. So these are 1 1/4 inch by 1 3/4 inch. So I'm going to cut at 1 1/4. And then they're both going to get cut at 1 3/4, but I will do them one at a time just to make sure. Oops. Very small bits of paper, and it's absolutely fine to do it with scissors. There you go, like that. And then these ones go like this. Okay. So now, if you remember, we did the Z pattern, but if that is a little bit tricky, then do this, and then do this, oops, and then in the middle, okay? And then you don't need to worry about them not being in the right order for when you attach them. So we know this is going to be the top one. So let's take that one first. Ooh. Now, I do also find it much easier to put a couple down just to see how much of a gap there is. Now, this is a really fine gap. Between there, it's, let's have a look. Where's my ruler? Oh, sorry, that was loud. But this is, the gap is, it's about 1/8 of an inch in between each piece. So let's just pop that one back where it goes. There's not an awful lot to play with. So again, glue right in the middle. Position it down, making sure you put it on the right way up. And give it a gentle nudge. Don't press it hard because we might want to finger them about a little bit first. So, second one, lining up to the first, looking at the edge of the cardstock. They look to be okay, so let's just make sure that we've got enough spacing top to bottom. And they're curling up a little bit. I'm not sure if you can quite see that. But when you use a wet glue and you don't brayer it, it does want to lift, especially if you don't go to the edges. Don't worry about that because that's why we brayer. There we go, that looks good. And then fourth one. Okay, so there's the fourth. Now, I'm quite happy with where they're all positioned, but I do have a tiny bit of play if I want to smudge them, you know, about a little bit, but I am happy. So carefully, not to drag, making sure that I am just pressing. I'm going to do them all that way, and then up and down as well. And as I say, once they're attached on, if you want to go back in and just tuck a tiny little bit of glue in any corner that may lift, then go ahead. But there is the sixth. Excuse me, sorry everyone. I'm gonna gulp. Gosh, sorry about that everyone. Eyes are watering and all sorts. Okay, so we've now got our 6 cards and we've got the pieces to put on top. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run you back through the ones that I quickly put together beforehand. So this was number 6 and this one's number 5. And then we have number 4, 2, 3 and 1. I made this a landscape card. Now, these can get positioned any which way that you like. It's one of the things that I really enjoy about One Sheet Wonder. And you don't have to use it in its entirety either. All of my card bases are blank. I've just attached them straight on. Now, in your stamp set, there is a tiny little Christmas tree, which is very cute. Here. That would create a really pretty background. So, depending on, in fact, let's do this for one of the cards, rather than talking about it. There are so many different options. Have I got a little block. No, we'll use this one. Okay, so you could even use a sentiment. There's lots of options here, but let's take the little tree. I'm going to take the grey ink because I want this to be a background, and the grey ink that I decided to use for this glass is called Lost Shadow. It's a really pale one, so it's nice and subtle. But what I'm going to do is move these all to one side, and we're going to decorate these very simply, but in a way that hopefully you really like. Now you could also use green. Green would be more fitting, wouldn't it? Let's use green. But all I'm going to do is, this is the first time I'm using this stamp, so let's make sure we get a good impression. Now, because this does go in the middle, if I'm going to have a tree that doesn't look great, let's put that in the middle. The other thing that we can do is you take a bit of scrap, so I'll use some of this mirror cardstock, and you can do second generation stamping. If you want it just that little bit lighter, and I actually prefer the second generation, so we'll probably use second and third for this. And it's okay because this is going on top of these ones. So let's go first stamp, second generation, third generation. Okay, that's in the middle for the first, where we're not going to see it, and then always twisting it slightly, making sure that you're not stamping what would appear to be in a straight line, but twist it and have them go off the side of the card as well. That also helps create a little bit of something to make it look like it's more organic. Because as you can see, when we now lay this over the top, there's just going to be a little hint of something. So let's go round the edge of the card. Obviously, because it is a Christmas tree, I am going to keep them the right way up because I think they would look a little bit peculiar. Now that happened, that's because I stamped off on the second generation. The third generation still has a bit of the second, but don't worry, we've got ways and means around that. But it's something to keep in mind that you might end up not being able to use the third generation if you stamp off on the second. This is when you also want to make sure that your glue, that this piece doesn't fall off, because no one needs to see that. But as you can see, we're building up. And the other thing that you can do, which we are going to do now, because I've just thought about it and think it looks really pretty, is we're going to have them fade as they come round. So let's pop another darker tree, a full generation, and we'll put a full generation, first generation down there. And now we've got second generation, and then we've got third. So first, let's put a second and third there. First, second, third. Because if we keep the more solid in the top end, it will appear as though the trees are fading out towards the bottom. I hope that translates to the idea that I've made. So let's stamp off first, stamp off second, put in a third, and we'll also include a fourth. There we go. Right. So let's move that. We'll pop the ink back in the pot. I'm going to put some double-sided foam tape on the back. Now you can stick these flat if you're posting all of your Christmas cards or holiday cards, however you celebrate. You may want to avoid using any dimension, because it will increase the shipping cost and perhaps also run the risk of damage whilst it's in the post. But so this one, let's get that down. So we've done a little bit of gentle stamping, which is darker towards this side and gradually fading as it goes down. And then at this point is when I would suggest perhaps choosing ephemera, but I think we'll do that all at the end. It's almost like a factory line that we're creating here. So we've created all the pencil lines, and then we've done all the cutting, then we've done all the gluing, and now we're going to make sure that we're happy with the bases and what we're going to be putting on top of them. Now, I think this is a very pretty card, either landscape or portrait. So if you have this landscape, you may actually want to trim some of that off, and then you could use this on another card somehow. But I will go with this from the centre down. But as I say, as a portrait card, it's very pretty as well. So whatever it is that you really like to see on your card, please go ahead and do. Now this, I am going to pop some foam tape on either side and then a little bit in the point at the middle to give it lots of support. Because if you are sending it 3D, you want it to remain. So let's do this. There we go. And because I put it in that point, it's going to hold tight there. I'm just going to set this off to one side to dry. Because the oxiding, it's not as the slowest, but it's not an instant dry like dyeing. I'm missing my bin constantly. Now, because I'm going to be sticking this from the top going down in the middle, I'm turning my card base upside down and the pennant upside down because I want this to be in the centre. Now, if eyeballing up the centre is tricky, just put it over to one side. It leaves you more space for stamping or ephemera, but I'm going to go right in the middle, right at the top. So I'm lining up this edge with my card. Again, if that's difficult, hang it over the top because you can always trim it away. If you go too low, unless it's intended, it's going to look odd. And if you've, like me, stuck your pattern paper all the way to the top of your gold, it looks best when it's up on that top edge, as if the pennant starts when the card starts. So there we go. That's now nicely stuck on there. This particular one, I'm going to use some of my peel-offs. I'm going to use the mini twinkles. And there are so many different ways that people pick up their twinkles. Fingertip, knife, tweezers. The options are endless and none of them are wrong. I also know someone that peels off this top sheet and throws it away because they find it easier to remove them without it. Although I haven't often used this piece, it's so pretty it feels bad to put it in the bin. So whatever you prefer. I am just going to use a little fingertip knife. And I'm going to, I put my bottom on the close-up actually, we'll go for this. I hold the peel off. I want this one here, this diamond, this twinkle. So I will put my finger just half on it and then almost bend it. So I'll push this around my finger that's underneath and then using the blade, just sort of encourage the tip of the blade behind it. And then once there's a bit on it, use my finger to press it onto the blade and then I can take it off. And now I've got this so that I can place it wherever I fancy. So I'm going to follow the rule of 3. So I'm going to pop one there and I'm going to have them all going straight up because I do really like the look of the twinkles. They work each which way. If you wanted to put them sideways as well, they look lovely, but I really enjoy them quite upright. So I'm going to put another one here. ever so slightly over to the side. And then I'm going to put a third one actually on the paper. And again, just picking up the corner of the twinkle. And let's go here-ish. Don't want to be right in the middle. Right. Decided I want to move this one because I am that sort of a person that I will stick something down and then change my mind. But I think it will look nicer down here. There we go. 1, 2, 3, so that I've got that triangle. And then I'm going to go into the next size smaller and do the same again. Obviously, I'm a lefty as well. I appreciate that makes things a little bit tricky to copy if you're not left-handed as well. But just keep scattering these about. And I'm going to do them in the general direction of this. So it's almost like you could draw 2 lines and then I sort of fill them in amongst. And I try to keep to the rule of 3 of each size and style and trying to create triangles. Now these I have just put in almost a line, but once I use the smaller ones, I'll be able to fill that triangle work in. So this one goes here. And then I'll pop another one right by that. So here, here, and up here. So that creates 3, 3, and then we've got these. And it's just a case of working out the placement that I think is going to look prettiest. And there's no right or wrong, this is the decorating bit, this is the fun bit. And then one more. And try not to do them all in a line. There we go. So we have 3 down here, we have 3 up here, we have 3 here, and we have 3 here. So the idea is to not have them in a line, but to have them in loose sort of triangles that the eye can follow. So actually there's one more missing, silly me, sorry. There we go. So let's pop you there. That's better. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Yes, there we go. Okay. And of course, I've just decorated the pattern paper a little bit more with gold, but it looks very pretty. And then we can work out about ephemera in a moment. So let's just pop that over to one side. Let's have a look at our next one. So this one, ever so pretty. And we're going to use some of the pinstripes on this one, I think. I think the gold with the green, it's a different green, but it still will work really nicely. So let's just, I think we're just going to anchor this down with some of the widest ones. So I'm going to twist it slightly onto its side. And I'll use some of this low tack tape that we had earlier, just to hold it on my mat. Let's pretend that we've placed this on. And what you're doing, when you're doing diagonal, then you're going to want to make sure that your peel off runs through at least 2 sides. It can go opposite to opposite and it can go top to bottom. But if you have 2 going across, they almost need to be upright. I'll explain when I actually lay the peel off. So I'm going to take the middle width peel off, which is the one that's on the furthest left-hand side. Now, if I place this here, let me see, I am going to use this line, which is the two dotted ones at the top, as the outside edges, okay? Dotted at the top and it's not at the bottom, just to make that a bit more confusing. But I'm going to follow the line, and this is how I hold my peel off. About an inch from the bottom. The top bit you can leave sort of flapping about, it's not a problem. But this piece I'm going to attach, looking at that line on my grid mat, and then when hovering it over where it's supposed to go, when it's in the right spot, use my finger just to gently hold it. And then I will use the other line at the top of the card. Now these want to fall straight, you know, they're made straight. It's only if you stretch them that they're going to lose their shape, and even then you can still fix it. Now I'm going to use the edge of my card base to just line that up there. Now this piece, you'll note, is not long enough to do this next section, but because we're going to actually have our piece of paper over the top, we actually only need a little bit at the top and the bottom. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick this on and move this away now, knowing that I can cut just below my finger, and that's going to be fine. Because look, once we put this back over top, it looks like it's continuing. So I can do exactly the same up here. Just make sure that I'm continuing that same line on my grid mat, that I overhang it a bit, and then now nobody would know, would they, that it doesn't continue through the back. And I'm actually going to put a little piece on that middle line as well. So I'll cut this one in half and pop this on that line, and then I'll put this one on the corresponding. I find this a bit difficult as a lefty, but I'll give it a go. There we go. As long as you don't press down too hard. They are quite forgiving about going back up again as well. So now, as you can see, it looks like we've got 3 lines running through. So let's take the tape off. We'll pop that over here for now. Okay, so now we've got just a little bit of decoration. It's really subtle, but I think it's really pretty. And I'm just going to trim off these edges. Use the edge of your card base as the guide for your scissors to sit against. Make sure you find those pesky little bits that you cut away though, because they will ping off everywhere, and because they're sticky, they'll stick. But now, very, very subtle, but oh, I'm really pleased that this is going to work for you. They will look lovely on 5x7 cards, Doreen. So let's get some foam tape behind these. And then okay, double check that I've got the card opening the correct way. And now just going to place this down, making sure that these 3 come out of the side. And again, of course, you can push it over to one side if you prefer. I prefer it in the middle and a little bit higher. And I'm just looking at these edges to make sure those lines are straight, and then press down. So I've now got another, that's the 3rd done. Okay, I need to take a little sip of water. Sorry, everyone. Okay, everyone, thank you for that. So now we're going to get these card bases done and apply these, and then we're going to take another 15-minute break. I hope you're all still okay here with me. But okay, let's have a little look on what we're going to do with this one. Now, I am going to create a line of stars down here with our brand new. So to do this, we have options. Now, one of the easiest things that you can do is take two things that are straight, turn them over, line them up with grid mat lines, and then pull them in a little bit so that you create yourself a channel that's straight. Use some low tack tape. And now you know you're working in the middle. So I'm going to put stars, and I'm going to put some of the bigger ones, some of the mediums, and some of the smalls. We're just going to create a really pretty border down the middle, because this is another really nice way of using these peel-offs. The thing is, you may look at all of these different techniques and think, oh, actually, I only really like that one. And use that on all of them. Go ahead. Do what it is that sings to you. You could equally keep them just as simple as I have. I mean, on this, I think this card all by itself looks beautiful. It doesn't need anything extra. I'm just giving you other alternatives. So when you're looking at something like this, having the ruler handy is a nice touch. Of course, now I've just moved everything, haven't I? Look, see? Because I didn't want to stick it to my gold. So I am going to lift one of these away again, and I'm going to tape this down so that we don't have that same issue. Just gently, just to hold it in spot. Now, this is the edge, and I'm going to pull it in just a nick, and this is the edge, and I'm going to pull it in just the same sort of. There we go. Right, so now I'm not going to knock them anywhere. Let's move this out of the way. And when in doubt, use more tape, but always save it, like me. I keep my tape forever. But if we just attach these down, then that's not going anywhere. People have magnet mats. There's all sorts of options that you might have to keep everything from shifting about. But I've got my first star, and what I was just showing you, if I move these, that will be easier. Okay, so this exposed gold area is just over 5.5 inches. So I would only ever really use the ruler just to start me off. So 5.5 is 2 3/4-ish is the middle. So I'm going to pop this one at 2 3/4-ish. Pop that down. And then this next bit I get to choose. Now that I know that I've got the middle, I feel a little bit more free and easy. And I'm going to take another big star, and I'm just going to put that down perhaps not quite 1/4 inch from the top, but I'm keeping it in the middle. And I'm going to do the same at the bottom. So that I've now got, and I'm twisting the stars as I go, by the way. You can keep them all up the same way, but having them a different angle, I think looks really pretty. So now I've put 3 of the largest stars down. I can also use the centering ruler. Yeah, that's just what it's for, isn't it, Roberta? Anyhow, Renee, sorry. Next up, we have got the middle-sized star. And for these, I'm going to pop one directly in the middle, because I'm no longer using this. I am a by eye crafter, but it's entirely down to you how you want to do this. I'm going to pop that one there, and now I'm going to go crazy with the little ones. So the tiny weeny little ones, I am going to put one here, which is about 2/3 of the way up, near the big at the top. The next one comes down so that it's nearer the middle. And what we're actually doing is almost creating like a little string of stars over this gold piece. And you don't have to do it as regularly as mine. You don't have to be as organised. You can make them really sporadic, spread them out, move them around. This is just a really easy way for me to create sort of like a channel down the middle that allows for me to keep them in pretty much the middle. And not because this channel is here, I'm not looking at either side. I haven't got too many different places that I need to try and keep my focus. I'm just working in this cute little space that we've created. And this works with any of the mini shapes, you know, the hearts, the circles, the stars, twinkles, even the butterflies. Okay, so now I've popped, let's take all of this tape up. And now, just a simple little decoration down the middle that didn't take getting a pencil out, and it wasn't a particularly taxing journey to get to. So, and now, where did I put my card base? There it is. And now this can get attached, and it still works as either a portrait or a landscape. But I'm going to lift it up and pop it down. And how are people about sentiments? Are we team sentiment, or are we team leave it blank and stamp a sentiment inside? What is everyone's preference? Because I'm often more inclined to leave the front of a card without a sentiment, unless it is, if it's a birthday card, I will often say happy birthday. But when it's sort of just a note or thinking of you, I would be more inclined to put that inside the card so that the decoration on the front sings out loud, because the note's on the inside, isn't it? The note, the bit that you're telling everyone is the, yeah. Just wondered what people's preference was. Okay. So now we have, oh, we've got one each. Okay, so now we have card number 4. Let's go card number 5. And here, this is lovely. So this one, okay, on the line of the sentiment, let's make it part of the decoration, shall we? I think that is going to, let's go holly jolly. It's nice and small. So that grey ink pad that I threatened to use earlier, we will use now. So this is the Lost Shadow. I'm going to take the little holly jolly and pop that onto my block. This is a brand new stamp, so I am just getting it a bit oily. You can use Versamark ink. There's lots, and because this is an oxide, will generally be fine. And what I'm going to do is similar with the trees, but without the generational stamping. I'm just going to ink it up and stamp. And the thing to do, start in the middle somewhere. Now you can create a pattern if you're confident with your stamping, or you can make it more organic and move around a bit. Because it's a sentiment, I think it looks nice when it's quite regular. So I'm just going to twist slightly and come down. I'm keeping it all the same direction, but I'm stamping slightly off in a diagonal fashion. And the thing to do when you're stamping with a block is give the ink a chance to transfer. Don't push really hard and pull off, because that doesn't necessarily mean it will work. Stamp your sentiment down. Let it sit. Give the ink a little bit of a chance to scooch over. And then now I'm going to come off of the edge here. So I'm just going to grab my messy mat because we all know what will end up happening. I'll end up with a sentiment stamped somewhere I don't want it. So I'm just continuing that same line. Okay. And now I'm going to do another line underneath it. Move this away for the minute. But I don't want it to be directly underneath. I want it to be offset slightly because otherwise it will look like a brick pattern. Get that messy mat back in. So yes, sentiments don't have to be just sentiments. You can use them to create background paper. And now I'm going to do this next line down here. Shouldn't have done that with the mat there. That was foolish. So I'm going to pull that out. Sorry, everyone. There we go. I got away with that. I shouldn't have done really, but I did. But yes. And then I'm just going to stamp that one down there. So now I need to do the next row at the top, which is going to be stamped here. And then one up here. If you're not particularly confident with stamping, the old-fashioned mouse mat is a fabulous thing to stamp on because it has that little cushion underneath. It just gives a bit of bounce. Alternatively, just a stack of copy paper, which also means you don't have to worry about pulling a messy mat in and out like I am. This is like the can over here. Right. One there. I'm going to need one over here and one over here. And then we've created our background and we have sentiments on it. And one more there. And there we have it. So we now have a stamped background. Now, of course, it's not perfect. I didn't do it with the ruler. It was by eye. You stamp one and then you create a pattern. And there are so many different patterns that you can create, of course. But it just gives your background a little something. So I'm going to lift this up. Let's cut the corner out there. And then, because I don't want the fishtail to sag. It's not desirable, is it? I think I lean on not sentimenting the outside, as I say, unless it's part of the design or a very specific card. Like if I make a birthday card for somebody and it's an intentional card, but otherwise I leave sentiments off because it means that I can make them for what they need to be. If it's, you know, the Sunshine Rodeo, I can put a birthday on that. I can put you know, you can go wherever you like. Now, at this point, I get to decide where I want, and I'm going to send this off to the side. I'm going to turn it upside down because I want to line up this with my card, and I'm going to leave just a little gap at the side just so you can see the stamping, and then drop that down. There we go. So now we have the background and our pennant. So we've got one more to go. And this is, yeah, this is just letting the paper sing. There is no need for decoration with this one because it's so lovely and big and pretty. So let's pop some foam down. Waste not, want not. Okay, so we're going to put this one here. And then a little bit more in the middle because this is quite a big piece. Just make sure that we're supported. There you go. So, are people crafting along still? How are we doing? Are we enjoying? Let's get this on. Okay. So I am centering this top, bottom, left, right. Okay. Now, of course, you can decorate as much as you please. Also, something to say for this stamp set is you can perform stamp surgery. You've got 3 snowflakes around the Let It Snow. You can snip them away. They will still butt together again. But if you wanted to add some snowflakes, being that these are not where we are, but crafting along. Lovely. Well, we're about to take another break, Doreen, so you'll have another 15 minutes if you're happy to keep going to catch back up. So, right. So we have some trees stamped. We have some mini twinkles. We have the pinstripes. We have the little red stars, which are brand new and I absolutely love them. We have sentiments creating the background, and we have the paper singing for itself. So we're going to take a break, and then when we come back, we're going to pop some ephemera and potentially sentiments on. And then we will be looking at moving into the next section of our making. But I hope you're enjoying yourself so far, and we will be back in 15 minutes. Until then. I managed to find something Christmassy. I don't think Liam intended to put my coffee in a Christmas mug, but he did. Okay, everyone, so up to now, I'll pull you down. We have got, oh, there's two of me. One's not enough. Right, these are our 6 card bases. Now, if you particularly like the sentiment stamp, you can do that for all of them. Same with trees, twinkles. The way you decorate these cards is up to you. Of course, I've got nowhere to put my coffee now. So on brand with the mug, yes. No, it's okay. I don't want it too far. Right, so we've got our 6 card bases, and they have got the pattern papers, and they are somewhat decorated. However, we have got the most adorable ephemera in this collection. So let me just very quickly, I should have done this in the break, sorry everyone. Too busy checking messages. So we are going to be at a fabulous event here in Calgary called Scrapaganza. So it's a 2-day crop. It's a really big crop in Calgary. And I was just receiving an email about the fact that we're going to be teaching. So that was exciting. And we're going to have a booth there for those of you that want to come and touch the pretty and look at the pretty and see some of our kits in person. So if you are in Calgary, it's the last weekend of September. There will be details all up on my website, and I'll be sending a newsletter out about it. So don't worry, information will follow in case you fancied a trip to near the mountains and wanted to come along to a couple of classes perhaps. But details will follow. Anyhow, so this is the frames and flowers. So here we have got their poinsettias in pink and red. And as you can see, you get a really nice selection, all of these, and then you have some different wreath styles. So we'll pick this card, for example. You can pop your ephemera piece in the middle, looks really nice. So some of these poinsettias are heavily decorated with these little pink puffers and some without. So it depends what you want your card to look like. You also, for this largest one, I die cut the sentiments and stuck Merry Christmas. And because I did gold foil over the gold foil, I put an oval, one of our stitched ovals. It's just this size. I just stitched die cut some vellum and then glued on Merry Christmas and 2 of the little hearts that are in that die set. Glued those onto the vellum and then put glue behind where the sentiment is to attach that on. But we are going to, I think the pink looks really pretty with the green, doesn't it? And this is the sort of thing as well that you could stamp a sentiment and have it poke out on a sentiment strip, which will be really pretty as well. And you get to decide which way up these go and in which orientation you want the card. But they are the frames that we have. So the diamond, that would look really nice on there too, wouldn't it? So many lovely options. And you can decorate the frames further by adding bigger pieces if you want. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting carried away. So these are our frames. And now let's look at our cookies and cherubs and angels. Okay. So we have got sort of like this little bust of an angel. And I don't think angels have gender, but I would suggest a little boy and little girl if you wanted. We have this cute little angel holding a star. We have gingerbread tree, gingerbread man, a really cute decorated Christmas tree, and then we have a little angel preparing to hang a bauble. It's also very cute. Cherub with a trumpet. And we do have these all in a variety of hair colours and skin tones. Gingerbread candy cane, a glittery Christmas star cookie, which would be yummy. A little cherub with a violin. Various candy cane cookies, a gingerbread house, which is adorable. Another little trumpeting cherub, heart cookie, gingerbread house, and they're in different colourways as well. So depending on what your project is, another cherub, another Christmas tree, and these are reflections of one another, which does mean if you want to create a spinner card, you can put them back to back and they are perfectly aligned. So if you want to get involved in the fun fold, that is definitely something that can be done with those trees. Little angel with a, this one's with a harp, this one another hanging bauble one. She's got a lovely big flower and she's carrying a cookie heart. Another harp, another pretty little one with a star. She's just super cute standing there with flowers in her hair. Flying with the heart, another with an ornament. So as you can see, you've got lots of options, but you don't have repeats. Each repeat, as it were, is a different hair colour or skin tone. And yeah, you have lots of lovely cookies as well. And there are sets, like this is a Christmas tree cookie. Standing angel, another little candy cane. This is an iced gingerbread angel. Candy cane, another with a violin. Oh, I've lost my violins. Under the heart. Oh no. Okay, violin, violin, violin. An iced gingerbread cookie. The cute little standing with the star, with the harp. Very cute. There we go. So as you can see, there's lots here. And it is entirely down to you how you wish to decorate your cards. These are perfect for just adding a piece of ephemera to and quite literally calling it done, because they are so very pretty. They don't need an awful lot. And if you want to make it portrait, the two gingerbread, iced gingerbread, it's just so cute. Okay, everybody, so let's just start decorating them. And for this, I am going to use one of these lovely wreaths. And to attach this down, I'm going to use a bit of foam. I'm going to cut it into strips. Oh gosh, that bit's going over there. I'm just going to mute you for a moment. Again, I'm really sorry, a very tiggly throat. Oh, sorry about that, everyone. My eyes are streaming and everything now. I don't ever suffer from hay fever, but it's very hot here at the moment, and there's a lot of people out trimming their lawns. So we need to have the windows open, and it's yeah, it's I'm aware of it all, so I'm sorry about that. Right. So let's get. So I've just supported. I mean, I can pop a little bit in there actually as well, so that that's got a bit of support. This is one of the reasons that I like to use a foam tape, because you can just cut it to the size that you need it to be, and it's all nice and uniform. Right, let's move the bin so that I actually get everything in it, because at the moment it's just like a big mess on the floor. I used to keep a little pot on my desk as a bin, but I find now that there's just not enough space. I think I need a bigger desk. And on that note, I think I need a bigger room. And if we're there, we might as well get a bigger house. What do you say? Right, so I'm going to double check which way up my card is. It's this way. And then I'm just going to pop that right in the centre. Gently press it down. Now I have a really pretty ephemera piece there. Okay, that's number one. Number two. And this is the one with the little stars. So I think a really pretty red poinsettia is going to do the job really nicely, because it's got the red from the stars in it. You need a bigger room. Don't we all need a bigger room? We all need more space. I'm trying to work out how to justify using our dining room at the moment. So if anyone's got any ideas as to what I can say to make that happen, that would be lovely. Now with the poinsettia, there isn't a right way up or a wrong way up, but I do like it when the leaves sort of work in this direction. I'm just going to pop that one down here. And then, where have I put the rest of my cards? Oh, here's another one. So this is so cute with the holly jolly. And I think I'm going to use a little cherub coming in, because again, these pennants and pendants are going to be great to, well, they make me think of the Sleeping Beauty, as I mentioned. Okay, so when I'm popping some foam behind the little cherub, and then I'm going to glue the trumpet down so that it's all organised like that. And then I'm just going to work out whereabouts exactly I want the little cherub to sit, and I think it's going to be about there. So I'm going to pop some glue behind his little trumpet, add in some glue, and then now I have a really cute little cherub. Okay. Now this is obviously a very symmetrical card with the three, and then you've got the 3 peel off lines on a jaunt. So we do get to go a little bit off here, but I think something really nice and central that would run through the middle is going to look really pretty. So if we pop, I mean, the little pink with the green, I think looks really nice. It's not traditional, but I think they complement each other well. So let's pop a little bit of tape behind here, and then lift her up right in the middle. I think, we slightly lower than centre in the top bottom area. And then, okay, now we've got this one. And this, I love the look of right in the middle. I think that's really cute. But let's just try on a few different ones. We've got the gingerbread house, which is so cute. Oh, what about, let's have the little cherub with the violin. Did you see that, Liam? No one needs a dining room. We can eat on our laps. And now I'm just going to pop my little violin cherub on here. So they're just adorable. Now this one, having something true centre will look really nice, because we've got this faded extra. I mean, this little cherub may look a little large for it, but it's just, everything works together so nicely. So it is about just what you like the look of, what you fancy. The poinsettia does look lovely. I think I'll go with the poinsettia. Right. So I have obviously foam lifted all of these ephemera pieces up. And I now just got to decide which way around I want this to go. And I think we're going to go this way. So now all 6 cards have got decorated bases. They've got the pattern paper. The only thing they don't all have is a sentiment, and that is entirely down to you as to how you want it to go. Obviously you've got the dies and you've got the stamps. So you could stamp a sentiment and tuck it into the wreath. You could have it popping out of the bottom here, or you can just keep them on the inside of the card to keep the front clean and simple. But where's my stamp set? Here we go. So It's the most wonderful time of the year, would fit beautifully down there if you wanted to. Let it snow. And then obviously we have also the dies. So the Merry Christmas is lovely and large. Noel on this one. We have, here we go. This is really cute because it's so tiny. But this little joy. And I just thought it was so sweet in the very simple background with the little red head carrying the heart. I just thought that was lovely. So sentiment them as you see fit, but we are going to call the first 6 cards of our craft-a-thon good to go now. Oh, I was going to say that's 5, isn't it? Here's number 6. So I am going to be very naughty and do something that I don't usually do, but I'm going to mix this 2 pack of ephemera into what is my ephemera pot, which is currently a tape holder at the moment. But because we're going to keep dipping in and out of these over the next few cards, I wanted us to have these available. I love having a little pot because what you can do is you put them in and then you can just leaf through them. They're easy to flick. Or obviously you just need another craft desk that you can leave them spread out on. Right, so now we're going to move into our next card, and the next on the agenda is going to be our gift card. So for this, we are going to need a card base. And you want a nice sturdy card base for this. So the cardstock that comes in our kits is 300 GSM, or sorry, 300 pounds. You want to score it into an A2, unless of course you're going bigger, and then all of the measurements that I'm going to offer are going to need a little bit of an adjustment. But this is our A2 card base. For this, we are going to need, tool-wise, we're going to need our pencil, we're going to need our ruler. We're going to need some gold mirror cardstock. Now, the offcut isn't quite going to be big enough for this, so gold mirror is the other way up because of the glare. We're going to need our ribbon, our angel. We are going to need a craft knife and a cutting mat or something that's not going to be too sad if you chop on it, so some old cardboard or something like that. The metal edged ruler is best, but as you know, whatever you have on hand. We're going to need some scissors. We are going to need our pad. Where have I put my pad? Put it somewhere safe. Okay, now I am going to use, and again, you choose which paper you wish, but I'm going to take from here my red music sheet. Okay. And I'm going to be dipping back into this, but we're going to flick through as we go. So I'm just going to reset my space a little bit. I should have perhaps put a break in between these. Now, in between these cards. That would have been the finish of that sentence. Now, what we're going to do is create a card that holds a gift. We have our card base. And what we're going to do is we're going to do some measuring on it. I am going to use my gold angel for this card, but by all means use the silver if you want. Pop this one back over here. Okay, so as you can see, this little angel is really very cute. She sits nicely on a card front, and what we're going to do is we're going to create a frame for her so that she is a hanging angel, so that she is free to sort of swing and makes the card nicer. So what we're going to do is cut a window out of our card base, and to do that we're going to be a little bit creative with these. You can use just a knife, this is a personal preference thing, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to measure 1 inch all the way around the edge of the card. So this is 1 inch from that edge, this is 1 inch from that edge, and now you'll see that the angel will fit just between those two sides. Okay? If you want to make it slightly larger, if you want to make the gap a bit bigger, please do so. I am keeping 1 inch frame around the angel for stability, but it will of course be fine if you make it just that little touch wider. But inch, and then the same at the top and the bottom, which is inch and inch. Now, on this line, all the way up to here, and then the same for this one. And then inch down, and then inch again. Okay, so this is 1 inch width all the way around the edge, and we've got this square, this rectangle now missing in the middle, which is ever so slightly wider than your angel. Okay, I'm hoping that we're all good so far. Pop her up to the side. Now what we're going to want to do is cut away this middle bit. Now we don't need to be delicate about it. We don't need this piece of card. We just need it gone. So there's lots of different ways that you can do this. Now I'm going to show you a way that works for me. And now I've got a self-healing craft mat. And one of the things I find easiest to do is this. Put a big cross in it. So once you've done the cross, you can lift it and push these edges. Note how I didn't go all the way up to my edges. And this, again, there's lots of different ways. There is not a finished card, Doreen, for the angel because we sold out of the kits. So I'm afraid you're just going to have to bear with me on this one. We had kept some back, but we got some emails from people saying how sad they were that they weren't going to be able to join in on the class. So I'm really sorry. But it will come together really nice and quickly, I promise. Cutting to the edge. Now, taking these lines all the way up into those corners. Okay? And once you've got those two corners, you can cut away this middle piece and it makes life a lot easier. Okay? As you please, you may wish to go as far up to the edges as you can, like that, and then deal with it. You may wish to do this with a craft knife. But what we're doing is going all the way into those corners, and once you've managed to cut away to the corner, it's so much easier to lay your scissors along that line and cut your straight edge. If you cut like this one here, trying to sort of jam your scissors down the sides, you can get a bit of a crooked, like a wavy line snipped from it. So cutting into the corners as much as you can for that first one. And now for this next one, this is really nice and straightforward. And if you can't get your scissors all the way down, don't worry. Drop in where you can and then trim off that other piece once more of it's out of the way. Because what you don't want is to overcut the lines. When you overcut the lines, that's when it will, tatty is not the right word, but you want to have nice, clean, straight lines. Using a craft knife may be easier for you to achieve it. It is a preference thing. I like working with scissors. I feel like I'm more in control of them than I am a craft knife. I also sport a scar across this finger as a daily reminder of how craft knives are wonderful tools but need to be given the healthiest of respect. Right, so now I can come back to this one, and I can even come from the other side if it's difficult, but snip into it, make the gap as big as possible, and then it will just make that much easier to get your scissors onto that line to trim it away. So now you have a frame. All of this is going to go in the bin, so we don't need that. And I am going to erase the pencil lines because it's just the nature of me that I'm always managed to get pencil marks everywhere. Okay, so okay. I'm just going to re-burnish this now, because as soon as you cut away, apart from the front, the integrity does seem to drop somewhat. So, but this, having an inch all the way around, that's still a really nice stable card. And with your angel, she will be, in fact, have we got a camera that this will work with? Oh, actually, my front camera. Can you pull me up top, please? Sorry, he didn't have any warning for that. He needed to press buttons. But if you see, she will swing in the card really nicely. So let's keep going. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a frame and an insert. So let's do the inside so that we're done. Your paper is 8 inches, so when folded in half, it sits 4. The inside is 4 1/4, so it's beautiful. It's a really lovely size to work with. So if we need to cut the length down. Let's flip you over. We're going to cut the length down to 5 1/4 because we want to have that little bit over the top. Okay, so from the top of your chosen piece of pattern paper, I've chosen the musical notes. You want to cut 5 1/4 inches down. So I'm going to do this on the guillotine actually, because I definitely want there to be a nice straight cut. So let's pull that in. Oh joy, and tip all of my little sentiments everywhere. That was not part of the plan. This is what happens when the desk isn't big enough. Therefore room, therefore house. Right, I'm going to keep pushing that. Let's move these bits aside. So from the top of the paper, we want 5 1/4 inch. So I'm going to line that up. Save this for later. And now on your supply list, we had bone folder. And we're going to score this very gently because it is a paper. We're very much used to scoring on cardstock. But we're just going to gently score that at 4 inches. Fold in half so that we've got these lovely musical notes on the outside. Give that a burnish. So that we now have this really pretty paper. Okay? So, here is our card. And this is going to act as an insert. So, tape runner, glue, whatever your chosen method is. I'm actually going to use a tape runner on this. And I am going to put one strip. So this is our fold. Like this. And I'm going to flip it over and I'm going to put one strip of tape runner top to bottom. I think you can see that it's got a slight colour to it, this tape runner. And now I'm going to place that inside my card and then press that down nicely over that join, where that tape was, sorry, because you've now created an insert. We've left this side loose because it is pattern paper and it feels a little bit classy when the insert isn't all the way stuck in, I think. But that's a preference thing. If you prefer it stuck all the way down, then please do. But what this means is you can write your lovely Christmas message on the inside of your card. And when the angel is at the front, she's got this really pretty paper behind her. Okay? So that's the inside of the card done. Of course, we can decorate this, we can peel off it, we can put little gems, there's all sorts of things. But that's where we're going for that. Now, I'm going to use another sheet, actually, of... We're going to go with the red snowflake, maybe? Oh, decisions. They all work really nicely together. So it is whatever you so choose. Use the snow. Yeah, I think I'm going to use the red foiled snowflake. This would work really nicely as well. But I want a little bit of bright red on there. So I'm going to use some of this piece. The geometric would work beautifully as well. Equally, any of the green ones. But because I picked the red musical notes inside, I'm going to pop them on the outside as well. So, for this, I'm going to do the same. I need to create the frame, which is 5.5 by 4.25 with the centre chopped out. So I'm going to work on the back side of the paper. There's my ruler run off to. And my pencil. How's everybody doing pace-wise? Are we good? I appreciate I know what we're doing, but that does not mean you do. And I want to make sure that you're all comfortable. So let me know, okay? So 5.5. So let's get this measured. Okay, gosh, I'm really warm in here now. The temperature has suddenly shot up in here. So let's drop that down. There we go. And then, as before, we're going to measure 1 inch in. So from here to here. Paper is much easier to cut with scissors when you're cutting a frame out. But we're just going to, the window's too small, so you're recutting it. Okay, Ilka, let's talk about the window. Let me make sure. So it's 1 inch on either side and 1 inch top to bottom. So your angel You can lay her. It's quite snug, but you can lay her and she will fit. The reason that I have kept this at this size is so that the structure of so that the card will still stand and hold and not for using an A6 card base. Okay. So yours is slightly taller and narrower. So yes, that would make it a little bit snug. So yeah, perhaps 3/4 of an inch on either side would be sufficient, I think, for an A6 base. But let me know if that's not, and we'll get measurements over for you. Right. So now I'm going to come over and do this measurement. Everybody else seems to be doing okay, which I'm very pleased to see. So, okay, so here is my frame that I've now drawn. And because this is my special fancy pants paper, I don't want to just snip this out and lose it. So, please do excuse me. Big scissors again. You can use a trimmer, of course, but I'm going to do this with my scissors because I want to not cut off a load of the paper. You know, having to continue the cut. It's easier. Okay, so we'll get this side trimmed in. You can always put this into your paper trimmer afterwards if you've used scissors and just take off the hair's breadth. Now, this I don't want to waste because look, this piece here in the middle we can use as a complete other card. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my craft knife and I'm very carefully going to cut a corner in. Now you can do this with a ruler, but cut away from you, cut carefully, take all of the precautions please, because I don't want to feel responsible for any mishaps. But I'm just very slowly, very gently, just going along that corner there. Just so that I have got somewhere that I can tuck my scissor into and start snipping along that line without it causing too much stress to the surrounding paper. So, and don't worry too much about this inside cut. It is going to get covered. So if it's a little bit hairy, if it's a little bit snaggly, don't worry too much. It's not going to hurt, shall we say. But let's get nearly there. Okay. So, final side. And then I'm desperately needing that last sip of coffee. So I'm going to reach back. So now I've got my frame and I've still got this really cute piece of paper. Pleased you got there, Ilka. Well done, Dad. Right, so this is going to stick over top. Now, if there's a slight bit of white showing, don't worry. The thing that you want to make sure is that your outer edges are going to all be covered. Okay, that's the important bit. But the next important bit is that I put some caffeine in quick. Sorry, everyone. Liam's going to mute me. I got a countdown for that and I hadn't quite swallowed. That was charming, wasn't it? Sorry if that was loud, everyone. Right. Okay, so this is the piece of paper that's going to act as sort of a cover over that white. And it would look really pretty left white. It's just a different kind of card. Okay, so we've got this, and we now have our beautiful insert. So I hope that makes sense, and that we're all at the same sort of spot. Next thing we're going to need, which we did speak about earlier, is our gold mirror cardstock. Now, what I'm going to do is bring my trimmer back. Again, my desk is looking like a hot mess where you guys can't see. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to cut 1/2 inch. I hope. Yes. It's going to make it tricky for me to see on this trimmer, I've just realised. So what I'm going to do is, if you need to only take off a very small amount, see this, my measurements actually only start at 3/4 inch, which is quite frustrating when you only need a 1/2 inch cut. So I'm going to add on my extra. Here we go. And because I know that this sheet of card is 8.5 inches, I can lift the arm and I can now move it to 8 inches on my trimmer here and know that what I'm cutting off is that 1/2 inch. So I'm not going to put that too far away because we're probably going to need it again. But what we're going to do is we're going to create a frame to sit over the top of this edge here. Okay? And obviously to do that, we are going to need to... So the inside gap is 3.5 by 2.25. So we're going to overshoot that by 1/2 inch on either side. So 2.25 makes it 3.25. So we're going to, let's flip this over, 3.25. It's going to be a snip. And then we need another 3.25, which is going to be a snip. And then we are going to need a 3.5. Yes, so we need a 4 inch. There we go. Which means that was why we didn't put this too far away, because we're going to take another snip. So we need to cut this back down now to 7.5 to get another 1/2 inch strip. It's all balancing very precariously over there. So this now needs to be at 4. Okay, so I've got these markers. Let's move this out of the way. I'm going to bring in the baby trimmer. I might even put things away on our next break. What do you think? Will I be stamping the project steps as well? Not quite sure what you mean, Jessie. Could you explain a bit further, please, doll? It's we'll be taking out the breaks, but will you be time stamping the project steps? I'll leave that one with Liam. he's gonna get to you with that. It doesn't take much to confuse me. Okay, so I'm now cutting these pieces, which as we measured out together, these are 3.25 inch long. Okay, 3.25 inch. And then this one has got a 4 inch strip. Oh. And this is a 4 inch strip as well. Okay. So that piece we can put in the bin. I don't mind that going in the bin. Okay. So these are going to get attached just by sticking them down to create a frame. Okay. Liam's just going to be leaving me on my own for a minute. We're all good, but I'm not going to be able to close up. So, as you can see, this is how we're starting to look. So it's very, very shiny, very opulent, very glittery, very fancy. Can you use pit? There is a purpose, Lisa, to the border, and it is so that we've got something that we could, that's nice and sturdy to attach. You could, if you wanted to, staple through your patterned paper, but I would recommend using the cardstock. Or you could just have a bar at the top. It doesn't, the whole frame doesn't need to be. It's just that I wanted something that I could use my stapler and, oh gosh, I've lost my ribbons now. Had everything all ready. It's all of this picking things up and moving it around because my desk isn't big enough. They'll be here somewhere. Where are my ribbons? There they are. Okay. Killing you with the measurements. I'm so sorry. Okay. The measurements, 1/2 inch wide. The only reason I was measuring it funny on my trimmer is because it didn't give me a 1/2 inch cut. But these are strips of cardstock that are 1/2 inch wide, and you've got 4 inches and 3.5 inches. 3¼ inches. 3¼ and 4. And there's 2 of each. So choose your ribbon. Choose your red or choose your green. Now I've used an awful lot of red on this, so I think the green may actually sit better. Oh, I don't know. I can't make my mind. No, I'm going to use green. I'm going to use the green. So, what is going to be the top piece of your frame? We're going to get to the middle of it. So I'm going to flip it over. 3¼ So let's move that so that it's there. And then this is the middle point. So I've measured across 1 5/8. I'm so sorry. Right. Jessie, this will be real time. On the replay, we will take the breaks out, the 15-minute breaks. So it just means that you can hit pause when you're ready to. Otherwise, you should be crafting along in real time, as long as I'm not going too fast. Okay, so the 3¼ piece, which is the top, mark the middle, which is 1 5/8. And now the ribbon. Now you can use all of it. This depends on your bow tying skills. And I'm not casting any shade here. It depends how well you tie a bow. Now, nice easy way to test how much space you need is get something with a bit of weight and see how much you need to tie that bow. Easiest thing to do is use the whole thing. You use the whole thing, you can trim off whatever is left over, and it is what it is. But because I'm a bit stingy and I don't like wasting such pretty shiny ribbon, I'm going to move it over a little bit and try here and see if this feels about right. And if it's good to go, then I will trim off the one long end, which I think we're about good with that. Yeah. Trim off the long ends. So I can save this for something else. But that is up to you and your ribbon tying. And I've just tied this around something quite chunky, so I don't need, I've given myself a bit extra. Okay. Now my ribbon, fold it in half. Actually, I'm going to just cut that on the slant. It stops it from fraying and I think it makes it look very pretty. So give that a nice little trim. fold it in half and give it a pinch. Now that pinch is what I want to sit on that middle mark there. Can you see the pencil mark that I put in that was the middle? You pinch it there and then open it out so that the middle of your ribbon is the middle of the piece of card. So you should have the same length at the top and the bottom, and the card just sits like that nicely. Now this is obviously the back. So when you're stapling, you want the snaggy bits, the bits that come out of the bottom, to come out of this side. So I'm going to have to hold my stapler upside down. I know everybody has different methods, and you can do one or two, you can cross them over, whatever works best for you. But you want to get a staple roughly in the middle there. And as I say, by all means, do two, cross them over, make sure it's attached nicely. So that from the front now, we've got ribbon that is really nice and securely attached onto this frame. Are we good? I'm hoping so. I know I went a little bit off-piste with this card, but I really like the idea. So let's get our two long pieces. They are going to get stuck down either side. And then we're going to take our bottom and our top piece, which has the ribbon on, and stick those down. Now you have choices. You can make your frame lift if you want. It's entirely up to you. I'm going to lift the frame. I think it will make it look very pretty. This is a gift card after all, and I want whoever receives it to feel really special. So let's trim these down. Now, on this particular one, I'm actually going to put the foam either side of the staples, because otherwise the piece that's actually going to be stuck is going to be that the bit that protrudes the furthest is where it's going to get held. So let's get these down. I think I'm trying to decide. I'm actually going to stick the sides flat and have the top and bottom 3D rather than the whole frame. I think that's going to look nice. So glue, oh dear, bit of glue. And then we're just going to use this line, the inside line, and we're going to stick our cardstock down so that that edge is concealed. That's all. And from the back, you shouldn't be able to see the cardstock sticking through. And then I'm going to do the same for this side. Oh, got it all over my finger now. And then same again. Just covering over. Okay, so there's a little overhang top and bottom, but we're going to cover those with our top and bottom pieces. So I've just taken the backing off of my foam. I'm going to line it up with the edge of the gold, and then I'm looking at the inside edge. Oh, that's very skiddy. I haven't actually stuck that particularly well. Don't know how forgiving this is going to be. I didn't press very hard. This is why we don't press hard. Okay, I'll try that again. So I'm lining up with this edge here and looking at the sides of the gold. That's much better. There we go. Okay. And I'm going to do the same with this piece. Remove the backing. Twist that ribbon up out of the way so that I can actually see what I'm working with. I'm coming down to this edge and then checking either side over this gold. Okay. So now we have this super cute frame, which when we be sticking it onto our card front, it's going to look really pretty. In fact, let's do that part now. Let's get the joy. So I'm going to use glue. You can use double-sided tape, tape runner, whichever your preferred choice is. And then I'm going to attach this down. And when you're attaching a frame onto an aperture, my fingers, I've got them sitting out top and bottom, because then when I take what I'm going to stick on there, my thumb and my finger act as a guide top and bottom, and I'm using the craft mat to level that side with, and it just encourages everything into that right spot. It's the reason that I enjoy the wet glue, because it means that if I put it in the wrong spot, I do get a minute or two of wiggle to try to get that down straight, and there we have it. So now that I'm happy with my placement, I can sort of work my way around. Let's just lay that ribbon out, and then from the back, don't worry that you've got foam there. This is just to give a general bit of encouragement for the glue to do its thing. Oh, what have we got there? There we go. So now we have a frame. Now, this is a personal preference thing. I'm just suggesting it because you might really like this idea, and that is grab a piece of cardstock. There we go. I knew I had some here somewhere. Now, your angel. Lay her down, pencil, and draw around her. I'm going to show you how to do it. I am not going to do it myself in this video, but I will give you the instruction for your card. But you draw all the way around the edges, tight up as you can. And once you have, and you can do this on specialty paper if you want, you can do this on a pearlescent or a glitter or a mirror. I have just grabbed some white. But what you do is once you've drawn all the way around the outside of her, obviously I didn't do a great job drawing around the top because of the ribbon. But then what you do is you trim this out, and in your best handwriting, write your love from Lizi 2026. Write a message. Better handwriting than mine, perhaps in a pen, not a pencil. But if you snip that out, you can then glue it to the back of your ornament so that when you give this as a gift, your recipient will be able to say which year you sent your ornament gift. Because I know some people really enjoy that with the tree ornaments, being able to say, oh, I got this from Disney on this year, or this was given to me by my mother-in-law, or, you know, like baby's first Christmas. I think Christmas ornaments are really lovely. So creating almost like a little card for the ornament so that the recipient knows which year and who it's from, I think is a really sweet little touch. But anyway, I've shared that so that you may if you wish. Now, this bit, this is the fun bit. We're going to make the actual card. So I am going to loop a ribbon through the angel. And now I'm going to tie a bow. And when I tie my bow like this, I'm going to get this top piece that's poking out, that's got the knot, and I'm just going to tuck that right into that first part of the bow, just so that it's all hidden. And now, from this point, we get to create our loops. And play with the bow until it looks the way you want it to. A little bit of fussing, but I do think fussing with a bow is worth it in the end. But now you have a gift on a card. Now obviously I've gone super shiny with this. You need to wear sunglasses, you can't look at it with a hangover. Totally appreciate that. But how cute is this? And then you've got the opportunity to write your lovely detailed message, and you can put in here, you know, PS, untie the bow to keep the angel on the tree for years to come. I think it's a really nice way to send a very simple present as a card. And Liam's just gone to go and check on Piggy, so you're going to have to look at the bottom corner with me. But when it's hanging up, it's a really pretty little, it's a little way to get a gift to a recipient. I appreciate when we're doing Christmas in July and we're trying to get lots of cards made so that we feel like we've made a really good dent. This one has taken a little while, but it's so pretty. And as I say, popping a little personal note on the back of your angel with a few peel-offs maybe. Just it's however it is that you think is great. And as Lisa asked earlier about the frame, you definitely don't have to have the frame, but as you can see, because I stapled, what you don't want is for your bow to fall off in transit. So the stapler is a really good sturdy way to make sure that your ribbon hangs tight. And if it doesn't, you'd be sad, wouldn't you? Especially if you've made the effort to make a gift. And stapling through paper should be okay. But the way that this is done with a frame, it means that you're not seeing the staple on the inside. And it's not here on the outside either. It's all hidden. The only time they'll see it, excuse me, sorry, the only way that you'll see the staples is once the gift is being taken. Goodness. Liam's disappeared and I've got a frog in my throat again. I really hope that wasn't too loud. Sorry. I can't turn the microphone off here. Okay. So it's these in the little camera in the corner. You can see I will share this once he's back on the correct cameras. But yes, so this is the gift card. We will be going to a break very shortly, but until that time, let's just have a quick recap. So we've got our really lovely gift card, which is for really special people, and you do of course have a second angel in your pack, so you can make 2 of these. We need crafty fuel. We do, Lindsay, but it's only water. It's too early for wine. Right. So we've made our 6 one-sheet wonder cards, which very simple, very good for getting lots done. And then we've got our very special for very special friends. And of course, by all means, make the frame wider if you want the angel to swing more. But I think to keep the card nice and sturdy so that it can take the weight of holding the angel without falling down, I think that makes a really nice difference. So, goodness knows where Liam's gone. in time. It's come back finally, everyone. It's break time, darling. So, I will be back shortly, and what we're going to be doing straight after the break is we will be doing some stamping. Good night, Alyssa. Thank you for sticking with us until now. I can imagine it's really late for you there. We will be back doing, we've got 2 stamping cards that we will be doing, and then we're going to be doing some factory lining. Certainly 1 o'clock. Good for you. Okay, we'll see you in 15 minutes. Hello everyone, right, so we are back. So we have now made 7 cards. We did our 6 from the One Sheet Wonder and we've now made our gift card. Next we're going to make 2 stamped cards. So I'm going to pull you down. So this is our Holly Jolly stamp set, which has got these super cute little critters. We've got the igloo there in the background and we've got the polar bear. So we're going to make 2 cards focusing on this polar bear because he's super cute. Now, my go-to when stamping is heat embossing. I love heat embossing. I think it looks so pretty, but I am not going to do that on this occasion because we did heat embossing in our Let's Make It Manly class. We did quite a lot, so I thought I would mix it up today and we'll just do some stamping. So I'm going to take my polar bear. Now you can use acrylic block, you can use stamp platforms, whatever it is that suits you. I'm going to use my mini Misty. And what we're going to need for this, my Misty, going to need some cardstock. This is a piece that I was making a card base and I scored it in the wrong place. So I'm going to use a stitched circle die as well. Now it doesn't have to be a die. You can draw around the bottom of something. The only thing that I would suggest is make sure that your polar bear can fit on the inside of the stitching or any extra pieces that you have. This particular one, if you've got the Love from Lizi stitched dies, this one is the 3 1/4 inch in diameter. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay my cardstock in. I am going to position my circle die and then I'm just going to tape that so that it doesn't go for a wander. And now I'm going to decide where I want my polar bear to sit. Now I would like him to sit towards the bottom, sorry, off camera a little bit there, towards the bottom of my circle. But I'm not going to die cut yet, so I don't need to worry too much. I just need to make sure that there is space around, because if I stamped him too far down, the circle die would chop him off. So that's why I've put the die in first. And I think somewhere around there means that there is room all around. So now I can close my Misty and I know that's in the right spot. So if you don't have a stamping platform, perhaps put your die down and then get a pencil, draw around the edge of your circle, something, so that you can position so you know that you're in the right spot. But now that I know that this is in the right place, I can pull that away and I'm just going to stamp that down. Now for this, I'm going to use VersaFine Onyx Black. You can use, for this particular technique, any of your inks because we're going to do some paper piecing. So anything that will stamp onto our papers. Now these papers are not shiny, they're, apart from the foiling of course, and the papers that we're going to use are just the matte ones. So I'm going to stamp my polar bear onto the cardstock, making sure that it's tucked nicely in. Because this has got a slight amount of pigment to it, I don't need to worry too much about conditioning the stamp. But as you see, inks up really nicely. Yes, Doreen, they are lovely and shiny when they're heat embossed. And this particular polar bear looks gorgeous in our warm navy. He comes out so lovely. Now, I'm just giving that a nice press, carefully opening it up. And as it happens, he's stamped out beautifully first time. So I'm really pleased with that. And I'm going to set this off to one side to let it dry. Whilst it's doing that, and whilst I've got this out, I am going to choose my piece of pattern paper that I want to use. Now you can use any of them from here, but I'm going to go with the green damask with the notes. I think that's going to be really nice because it's a nice solid green. You can, of course, use the foiled papers, but I would definitely suggest using an ink that is more like a I've completely lost my words. An ink, a permanent ink, stays on. There we go, a stays on kind of ink. Took me a minute, but I got there. Now, the only piece that you're interested in stamping, now this I didn't close because this has still got some ink residue, is his sweater. So I'm going to cut a piece that is slightly larger. And if you want to measure it, and you've got ink all over the top, you can use the negative. And you get to pick which piece of the jumper you want to have by moving it around, which piece of the pattern paper that you want. So I'm just holding it over. I'm going to make sure I've got lots of room, so I'm going to cut below and make sure there's lots of space around. So that's the jumper, well and truly covered with the pattern paper. That can go back to my pad. Sorry, excuse me. Now, what I'm going to do at this point, because I can't rely on butting it up either way, I'm going to have a look, make sure that I'm happy with the piece of pattern. And now that I know this is where I want it to be, I'm going to tape the paper down. Liam's going to go and run out and answer my telephone for me because my daddy's calling. I do have my phone on Do Not Disturb. However, my dad gets through on the Do Not Disturb. And he calls every day. I speak to as many people in England as possible, as many days as I can. Right, so now I've taped my piece of paper down. You can, of course, use a whole sheet and push it into the corner, but this way I get to preserve more of my papers. I'm going to use that same ink, and I'm only worried about inking up the sweater. It doesn't matter if I ink more, but I want to make sure that that's got a really good bit of coverage. And because it's taped down, as long as the whole pad is pushed in, it's going to be fine if we need to stamp this twice. So let's lift that up. And as you can see, I'm going to just ink a little bit further there around the base of his sweater. Just going again, just to make sure I'm pushing it in and down. And there we go. So now I know that that's nicely stamped. I'm going to clean off the panda, dear oh dear, polar bear. And I like to use a stamp chamois because I did, when I first started stamping, used like baby wipes or kitchen roll, or was it paper towel, I think it's referred to here. But when they always leave behind a tiny fibre, and these sort of stamp chamois, they look gross. This was a really pretty teal green when I got it, and look at it. But I've washed it, and it keeps going. I must have had this for 10 years at least. So it came in a kit once. Actually, I'm going to leave that there. So what you can do is, if you wanted to factory line stamped cards, now that the polar bear's in the right place for your cardstock, you stamp, you take another piece, you stamp, you take another piece, and so on, so that you've stamped all of these. And then you do the same with the paper piecing. You cut these little pieces to size and then tape them in and stamp all of them, let them all dry. And then you've got all of the bones made. And the factory lining, the repeating the same step over and over, it gets you ahead so quickly. And once you've made your design, doing the factory line process, you can do that in front of the television, you can do it on a long car journey, or if you're going camping or away. It makes it really straightforward because you know exactly what you need to take with you. So I'm now going to pretend, this is not very Christmassy to decapitate the polar bear, but we're just going to cut out around the outside edge of this sweater. So, and because the lines on this are very loosely drawn, it's really forgiving. So don't worry if you step into it a bit, because you have obviously got the ink of the stamp on the white cardstock that's going to help that be nice and forgiving. So let's get all the way around. And I'm going to make sure that I don't leave any of his leg in there, because nobody wants a green leg. All the way up to the top. And this is a really nice straightforward one to snip as well. I've done some paper piecing before when after I've started I thought, why on earth did I do this to myself? I am not a fussy cutter. It does not come naturally. But for this stamp set with this polar bear, it looks absolutely precious. Now, I did suggest in your additional supplies that if you wanted to, you can include some ink blending tools. Now, the nice thing about using ink blending, oh, nearly there, not quite, is there. So this now goes in the bin, we don't need that. But if you have ink blending tools, haven't got one under that. Have I got one under the other one? Evergreen bow, yes, I do. So this isn't a necessity because it will look lovely as is, but let me show you without first. So once you stick the jumper on, it just looks like he's wearing a jumper. Fussy cussing, brilliant. Yep, it certainly is, isn't it? But if you want to, very gently, just drag the smallest amount of your green around the outside edges, top and bottom. Because what it will do, by making that just that tiny bit darker, it adds just a portion of dimension to what obviously was originally a flat polar bear. And you can go as heavy-handed as you like, and you can use, you know, whichever inks you have on hand. But now, by just adding that tiny little bit of extra, when we put this onto our polar bear, now looks like, yes, I'm going to pull you on the close-up because the paper is a subtle one. But it looks really cute, doesn't it? It looks like the sweater is 3D, and you can also put foam behind the sweater so that it stands a bit proud. Looks really nice. But before I stick that down, I'm just going to put that off to one side for a moment. Let's pop the inks over here. I'm going to get my, do you mind plugging that one in, please? I'm going to get my polar bear, and I'm positioning him quite low in this circle, and then I'm going to use some tape just to hold it in spot, and I'm going to die cut this out. As I say, die cutting is not a necessity. If you've not got dies to use, then just cut around it using something simple. Okay, so let's fire up the little mini beast. Thank you. And now pop that out. We now have a very cute polar bear. Okay. So, polar bear with his sweater. And then what we're going to do is we're going to pick a sentiment. And I think we could fit Holly Jolly on there with him if we wanted to. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to stamp Let It Snow. And the W is going to go ever so slightly behind his sweater. But I think that's fine. I think that's actually going to look really nice. And I'm going to use the same green, which was Evergreen Bough, that I used just to ink up the edges ever so slightly. And we're going to stamp the sentiment Let It Snow. Okay. And I think if we stamp that here, and it just, the bottom of the W sits on his sweater. I'm not worried about that. I actually quite like it because it looks like the bear and his jumper are further forward. So that's the best thing about paper piecing, is that you get to decide, and it also makes masking and layering so much easier. So I am going to grab my Misty again, and let's load these in. I'm going to leave my polar bear there. He's not doing any harm to anyone. Now, I'm going to put the polar bear in the corner and hope that this will stamp just about. Okay, Let It Snow. Here we go. I've lined that up. Make sure that you've got your polar bear stuck right in, and of course tape it down if you want. Now I've just put ink on my fingers, that was silly. But tape it down so that it doesn't go for a wander. When it's not, make sure your stamp doesn't land on any of the tape. But when it's not a square cut, it's not always easy to keep it. So now I'm going to ink up. I'm going to take the polar bear out. We're not going to stamp any more of these cards. The thing that I would suggest is, if you're factory lining, stamp all of your polar bears at first, then stamp all of the sweaters on the pattern paper. But this way, what we're doing is, there you go. By leaving them in the Misty, it just means that you know that everyone will be the same. It will be in the same spot. There's the first little stamp. I'm going to go again just to get a really lovely, good, crisp image. And I wouldn't stamp the sentiment over the bear, because I don't mind the snowflake and the bottom of the W being over the sweater, because we're going to cover that with our paper piecing. There we go, that's a really lovely crisp stamp now. So I'm going to close that up. Let's clean the sentiment. It's a very squeaky noise. And then we now get these pieces away. There's something very organic about allowing a sentiment to hang over the edge. And as I say, if you're not scared of a bit of stamp surgery, you can cut some of these snowflakes off and scatter them around your bear. But once this goes over top, I think it looks really sweet. Let me see what else we can do. Oh, you know what? I can show you a way to do in here. So let's put this on an acrylic block. It'll be easier. We're going to stamp some of these snowflakes, but without the sentiment. Now, let's do it on a block. I'm going to use this snowflake here at the top. Now, you've got options. You can be really, really steady with your hand. One of the nice things about an acrylic see-through stamps, photopolymer stamps. I'll put you on the close-up and I'll try not to make you feel seasick with this. Okay, so we're talking about this one. And I'm just using the very top corner of my ink pad, and I am looking at where it's getting placed. Let's see if I can show this to you. Very carefully inking, just using that top corner. This is made an awful lot easier when you use the mini cubes. But this is one way, is selective inking. But now I have got just the snowflake, so I can stamp that over here. And now I have my lovely little snowflake. So that's one option. Another is you cover that whole area and you use your stamp chamois to clean the rest of it off. Or you can do this, which is one of the, this is probably the easiest of methods. You cover the rest in tape and then you can ink quite indiscriminately, not worrying, because it will go on the tape. Then you peel the tape off. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to knock the camera there. And now you can stamp knowing that that also is going to be fine. And I'm going to leave it at that now. I'll just put 2 on there. I think that looks nice. And the thing is, there's 3 on there already. So having uneven numbers looks good. Right, so let's put you there and let's put you there, just so that we know where everyone is. Okay, let it snow. It's very, very simple, very, very clean. And I'm just now going to use the tiniest of lift, and I'm just trying to decide which of our foam squares are going to give us the smallest of lifts. I have got somewhere here my 1mm, but it's just a case of digging them out. Used all of those ones up. Sorry about this, everyone. Oh goodness, it's typical. Never where you want them to be. So I am going to use this. In fact, one second, Liam, can you open that drawer, please? Down in there, open it up. I want narrow, that's it, thank you. Okay, not to worry, I will use this. What would look really nice is a very, very thin lift. And I have got thinner lift squares somewhere, but I'm not quite sure where I've put them. But I will use a portion of this that mimics the shape, leaving an edge. Now I'm going to use my bone folder here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to curl the paper. So where I've put the ink at the top and the bottom, I am just going to pull it over the edge of my bone folder, just so that that piece of paper slightly curls there. And I'm going to do exactly the same at the bottom. You just pull it around. It doesn't have to be a bone folder, it can be a pair of scissors. You know how we used to curl ribbon for gifts? but you do it ever so gently, just at the top and at the bottom, so that you end up with the paper looking a little bit like a crescent moon. And now I'm going to gently, in the middle, put my foam tape. The edges are still going to want to curl around that. And then I'm going to stick his festive jumper down. I use my tweezers so that my fingers aren't in the way. And then attach that on. And now we have this very cute polar bear, and of course, because I've curled it slightly, it really has given him some dimension along with that ink blending and the foam there. So let it snow. That looks very nice. We're going to need a card base, of course. Should have prepared this better. I apologise, having told everyone to get all of their card bases ready. So this is A2 again. So it's 4 1/4. Give that a nice burnish. And now, a very cute little Let It Snow. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the geometric green with the foiling. This one. To go with our super cute polar bear. Now you can, of course, oh, out you come. Doesn't want to let go. There we go. You can, of course, use the paper that's on his sweater. That would also look really pretty, I think, as a backer. In fact, yeah, let's use that so that we can use some of our peel-offs to make it all shiny. Let's stick with that one piece. The other lovely thing is you can, obviously 8x8 paper, you can cut into quarters, so you've got 4 inches by 4 inches. Now that is a lovely size on here. 4 by 4, a really lovely big chunk at the top, means you get 4 cards out of each. You can pop your topper here, you can use a little bit of ribbon to tie, you can decorate with peel-offs, there's lots. But on this occasion, I am going to do a 4 inch by 5 1/4 so that I can, where have I put my pencil? So I tidied everything up. Now I don't know where anything's gone. There we go. So 4 inches by 5 1/4 so that I've got this really lovely edge. It will match his sweater perfectly. Didn't do a very good job of drawing a straight line there, so I'll have to redo that. Try that again. There we go. Right. And now, big scissors. Okay. And what you'll end up being left with after making these cards today are obviously some unusual shaped pieces of pattern paper. It's one of my favourite things is trying to use scraps and coming up with cards that are really good for scraps. But this, this particular one, we're doing, it's 4 inches wide, so you would get 2 exactly the same out of 1 sheet of paper. And you have this piece left at the top. So perhaps that's another video in the making to find options on what to do with those pieces that are left at the top. Here we go. So we're going to attach down the paper. One of the lovely things about using a paper pad when it comes to Christmas card making is the paper does so much of the heavy lifting for you. So stamping and inking and colouring. Really, really lovely things to do. But when you're making a gazillion, you want the things that are going to be nice and straightforward. So there is the card with let it snow. Now the other thing you can do is you can hang your circle off the edge and chop the edges. That also looks really nice. You can pop it right in the middle. You can stick it, up to you. Other thing that you can do, and I'll do it whilst we're here just to show you that it works, is you get your ink pad again and just smudge ever so slightly around the edge of your circle. Careful not to go onto your polar bear. All this will do is it will give your circle a little bit of shape. It highlights the stitching, which is obviously really nice if you've used a stitched die. And it stops it just from being quite so stark and white. And I'm just holding this in the air and very gently kissing it and then just pulling it away. Just gives it a little bit of a frame. You can also, of course, use another stitched circle to give it a bit more shape. You can keep going. It depends how long and how much you want to decorate. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to use our pinstripes. We're going to take the narrowest of the pinstripe, and there are some of those on the far right hand side. And then I'm just going to run around this border just by laying that top bit down, bottom bit down, sorry, and pulling it all the way up until I get to the top. And I'm going to snip. Now, you can butt these up to one another. This is one of my favourite techniques. So you put them down and it runs out halfway through. Don't put these little pieces in the bin. Every bit of peel off is brilliant and useful. So all you do is make sure that the end is snipped off. That's really important because the end has got a sort of a roundness to it. So you make sure cut goes next to cut and then you lay them down side by side and then you can press that down. And then that join, you have to really want it to find it. Now, some people have got that kind of an eye, but this is a handmade card. It's made with love and good intentions, but it's also made by someone that doesn't like putting things in the bin unless they actually need to go in the bin. So, trim that down and do the same again. Now this end is rounded, so I'll pop that end over here. Take off another. Snip off that rounded top and then lay that down flat. Go all the way up to the edge. Now with the corners, you can mitre them, you can leave them be. It's however you will like to decorate your card. This piece goes back onto the sheet for the next time. And to mitre the corners, all you need to do, we'll pull you on the close-up, have your ends cross over ever so slightly and then press your blade from the inside and to the outside, and then those two little tails will come away. You will be finding these little pieces for days to come, but it does make it look ever so professional when it's got this really lovely, it looks like a picture frame almost on your card. So it is one of my favourite ways to finish off the peel off. So corner to corner, inside corner to outside corner, and then just remove those tiny pieces away, just to give you that tidy edge. There we go. Okay, so we now have on the main camera, you can see, we have a piece of pattern paper. We've bordered it with a peel off, so we're keeping the weight down, which is lovely if we're going to put this through the post. And we now have the Let It Snow. And I think what we're going to do is we're just going to ground it with one of the widest of the three. And I think we're just going to run this right up the middle. I'm using the lines on my grid mat, and I'm going to start it on the patterned paper above the peel off frame that I've laid. And go all the way to the top. And now I'm going to cut that right in that. And then I'm going to use the middle width on either side. Now, this is another opportunity for me to be careful with. So I'm going to stick this one, it's about 1/4 of an inch from the wide one there, and snip. And all I did was I laid my polar bear in the middle and then roughly got it into the spot that I wanted, make sure that I was overhanging, moved this out of the way, and then stuck it down. If you've got your middle one straight, you'll be able to see if your other one isn't, and this one actually isn't. I think I must have shifted it slightly as I snipped it, so not a problem. Gently peel it back up. Now I've gone too far the other way. Okay, so that's stuck, that's stuck. And now we will spin around and we'll do the same at the top. This is one of the reasons that I really like having the 3 different widths on the pinstripes, because it's so many options from just the one sheet. So there we go, that's that one. And no one will know that we've been saving our peel-offs from behind the polar bear. And then another sort of 1/4 of an inch, make sure it's straight. And then this goes back over here. We may have to make a little bit of room. There we go. Now I'm going to lift the bear up. Okay. How is everybody doing? Catch you later, Lisa. I look forward to seeing your cards. Right. Let It Snow. Right in the middle. There we go. Let's pop a few twinkles on whilst we're here. So, largest first. It's always easier to fill in a smaller gap than it is to put the bigger ones on. So, one at the bottom. Let's go pop another one here. And now I'm going to move on to the next size. These are the middle ones. And then next, we'll pop another one of those, and then I'm going to move on to the smallest size. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and we're going to pop some off the top as well, just because we can. Okay. I think adding the little sparkly bits, especially when they're flat, really does add something quite special, because I'm not worried about these getting popped off in the post. I'm not worried about them coming away or getting knocked off with the envelope. But there we have it. So now, everybody, we are at 8 cards. So 6 from the One Sheet Wonder. And now we have a stamped paper piece and a gift card. So we're going to take a short break, and when we come back afterwards, we're going to do another stamped card, and we're just going to do some simple colouring, and then we will be making sure that we do some factory line making. So we're going to choose really beautiful layout, and we're going to be able to mass make, and we're going to put together 10, and they're going to be exactly the same. So we're going to prep everything, and then we will assemble the one, leaving you to assemble the rest, because they're all going to be exactly the same, and it makes it so lovely and easy. So I will catch you in about 15. Hello, my lovelies. So we are back. As we just did a recap, we are going to make 2 more stamped cards now. I was only going to make 1, but I thought let's factory line. So we've got 6 from our One Sheet Wonder. We've got 1 as a gift, and we've just created 1 stamped and paper pieced. So now what we're going to do is we're going to create 2 that are stamped and coloured, because they are quite quick. Once you've picked your colours and you've got yourself organised, it's actually very straightforward. So I'm going to pull you down. Now, what you're going to need for these, 2 card bases that are A2, and obviously if you want to rearrange and make them larger, that works. But the reason that I was just sitting here looking at these pieces, now this was what was left over from our gift card, and this is what's been left over from our just our previous card, which was 5 1/4 by 4 inch. So if I just chop this piece here, I'll do that quickly now, so that we've got, let's poke that piece in. So we'll chop another one at what will be 5 1/4 across. So this now works perfectly as a mat for a card front. So I'm going to save that for later. But I thought it would be really nice to be able to use these pieces up. Now, of course, we chopped this piece out because we were using that for paper piecing. So if we cut both of these at 4 1/4, then that's going to leave me a strip to put straight across the front of a card, which is also a really nice way to use pattern paper. So I'm going to flip this over because my trimmer is short, and I'm going to cut it at 3 3/4, because that means what's being left over on this side is now 4 1/4 inches, and I'll do the same for this piece. So 3 3/4 off of the end leaves us with these 2 pieces here. So now when you look, I can attach that onto the front, and I've got a nice band going across the front of my card. So we're going to do a red one and we're going to do a green one. These pieces, I'm sure I'll find something to make with them later, but I thought it would be nice to use up what would be considered scraps. So 2 card bases, 2 leftover pieces. These are 2 3/4 inch tall. It's just what's left. So if you cut more or less, then just use your scraps, as it were. But we're just going to use those as centre pieces across the card. Also need to make sure that I have these up the way that I want them. We'll go this way. There we go. So that's those. I'm going to use some alcohol marker inks, which means I need to use an ink pad that's water-based so that it doesn't bleed. So I'm going to use that. We're also going to use a mini Misty. We're going to use the stamp set. I've picked out 3 oxide inks. You can use whichever you prefer, but I've got Lost Shadow, Pine Needles and Lumberjack Plaid. So we use those, and somewhere very careful, no doubt, I have managed to put my circle die, and I thought I'll use the same circle die again so that we can reduce the supplies I'm asking you to have on hand. But I have no idea where I've put it now. Oh, it's here. I've got it. It's here. So this was what I did on the last card. So let's just take that away. We'll keep this piece of cardstock because that'd be great for sentiments or something later on. Let's pop that there. So I'm going to use that same circle die that we used on the previous one, and then pop that all off over to the side, and we're going to do some stamping. So we're going to need some white cardstock. Now, let's start off by removing some of these bits and pieces out of the way. And we're going to, as we did before, line up the die, because we're going to use the polar bear again. I do so love the polar bear. Now, as we did before, let's get the circle attached on, just so that we can position our bear where we want him. Now I'm again going to put him quite low in the circle because I want to do some masking. So you will also need post-it notes or masking paper or anything that you can use to hide. You can also use copy paper. But I'm going to pick my polar bear up. I can now remove my die because I'm happy with where I've got it. Use the magnet to hold it in place, and I'm going to, as I say, I'm going to do some colouring, so I'm going to use my Memento. But any water-based ink will be fine to use with alcohol markers. So I'm going to give that a nice good inking. Now, because this is a dye ink, I may need to stamp more than once to get that really lovely crisp impression. It's actually come really good. I am going to go again just because I want to make sure that it's really crisp. And this is the beginning of our sort of factory lining, because we're going to make these two cards together, you know, at the same time. Renee's asked about a dedicated group. Use the Facebook group is my suggestion, because I think it's really nice for everybody to see all of the work that everybody has carried out, and it also may encourage people to make suggestions about what else could be made. So I think, to be honest, tag us on Instagram. We always repost where we can. Yeah, share and share afar. Right, so as you can see, I stamped my first polar bear, and now I've put in another piece of cardstock because we're making 2 cards. And if you're making 50, I mean, how many Christmas cards do people send out as well? That's another one that's always very intriguing. I know that there are some people that manage to get quite literally hundreds made, and not only make them, but they actually manage to send them, which phenomenal as far as I'm concerned. Now, oh, I put that down, didn't I? Now, we have stamped the polar bear. And let's say that we've stamped this 50 times because we're making 50 cards. What you want to do is now, over the top of where your polar bear is, lay something with sticky, or put down a piece of copier paper and stick it down, but lay it so that it covers your polar bear, because we're masking, and when you're masking you always stamp what you want to have at the front first, and the polar bear is going to be front and centre. So I've now put a post-it note over the top. And you don't need to worry about this being the crispest and the bestest of impressions. You just want it to be good enough that you can see the edges, and that's fine. I mean, if this was a card, I'd stamp that again, but I put my sticky bit under the polar bear and I've just stamped. So I'm going to let these dry over here. Let's move that now. We'll let these 2 polar bears dry off whilst I do some, is it fussy cussing? I think that was the way it was described. And all I'm going to do now is I am just going to cut around my polar bear, and this will then mean that I have a very cute yellow polar bear, somewhat jaundiced polar bear, that will double up as a mask. And if you cut along that outside black edge, it doesn't matter if you cut in a little bit along the black, because it's quite a forgiving outline, same as with the sweater. But this isn't a tricky one. Like, I was looking at the owls thinking, oh, they'd be lovely, we could do it with the owls, and I thought, for the sake of this video, showing you the technique with the stamps that are going to make it easiest for you to follow along at home. And once you've done this a few times, it opens up all of your stamps, because these little critters can all get stamped in the same way, and the masking, all of these techniques will work just fine. Okay, let me see, we are nearly there. And you don't always, for what I'm doing, you only really need the top line of the polar bear, but because I'm here, I am going to cut him all out, because in future cases I may want to have the whole of the bear cut out. And now I'm going to have a full and complete mask that I can, because then later on when I put this back in into my stash, I'll stick my mask on there and it will be ready to use time and time again. So let's get that in the bin. We don't need that out. So let's just reposition our die again so that we know roughly where we're working to. In fact, let's make this nice and straightforward for everyone to see. I'm going to draw around the outside of the die. And I'm doing it in a spider web line so that hopefully it's just enough for you to see, but it's easy for me to erase as well. And then what we're going to do is we're going to lay our mask on top of our polar bear so that we can't see it at all now. And we're going to take the igloo. Now, this igloo, we're going to stamp pretty much where the sentiment was last time. And you can bring the igloo down just as far as you like, have it higher up, further across. It's up to you. This is your card. And I'm actually going to stamp it just about there. Now, what we do at this point, we clean the polar bear rather than just putting them back. And then peel him off, pop him back. And now that I've chosen where my igloo is going to sit, I'm going to pop that down. I can close my MISTI. And now pick this up. Now I'm going to use the Lost in Shadow ink for this. You could also use a nice pale blue if you've got one. But I think the grey works nicely because I don't want to take away from our lovely bear. So I'm going to ink the igloo in Lost Shadow and stamp right over the top of my bear. And I can remember the first time I did mask stamping and I was blown away. I thought it was amazing. I'm going to go once more. I just managed to cover my finger in ink now as well. Lovely. Just to get a really nice impression, because it is that pale grey. We want it to show up really well. There we go. So now we have this stamped. I can move this out of the way. I'm going to peel up my polar bear to reveal how now we've got this lovely igloo stamped behind the first one. So now we introduce our other polar bear, who was stamped in exactly the same place. We put our mask right over top again, just to make sure that the bear underneath is completely covered. And we stamp again. So you can see having a tool like the MISTI when you're doing factory lining is incredible. It's a game changer. Because you've lined it up once, you know it's in the right spot. You don't need to draw the circle, you don't need to draw lay the die on it. You know that you've got that in the spot that you want it. So then as long as you've got your paper pushed into that bottom corner every time you stamp, you're going to have it exactly where you want it to be. So There we go. So that's now had a double stamp as well. So I can take this one out. We can peel off our polar bear. And now we can pop that onto our carrier sheet. And then we'll pop that over there to dry whilst we clean this stamp. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is going to just double check. The thing before you start alcohol marker colouring, you want to make sure that your ink is fully dry. And usually I would say to people to leave it for an hour, just to make double, triple, quadruple sure that it's not going to bleed with your pencils. So what I'm going to do, whilst I'm making sure that that really is super dry, I'm going to bring over my card bases and we're going to work on these. So I'm going to put, let's imagine, the papers like this. We're going to get the circle die, which is going to have our polar bear, and place those perhaps here-ish, leaving a sentiment spot at the top. So, is that how we want it to look? Or do we want it... This is the bit that's fun, isn't it? This is the bit that we get to do the design. I think that sentiment would actually look better down in the bottom corner. It's the most wonderful time of the year. And I'm going to do both cards the same. So I'm going to get that Misty back. And it's the most wonderful time of the year. Now let's put our very loosely arranged card front in here like that, which would leave, yeah, I think that's going to look nice. And then we have sentiment in the bottom corner, leaving some nice white space to decorate. Okay. Ah, hello Shelley. I'm pleased you've finished work. Right. So now I'm going to close this over, lift it up, and I can take the pattern paper away now as well because I know I don't need that. I'm going to use my lumberjack plaid, which is a really lovely warm red, and it looks really nice with this paper. Making sure that my cardstock's pushed right down in that corner, and I'm going to ink up my stamp. Now you can do this in black, you can heat emboss this, if you've got pigmented silver or gold ink, whatever it is that you like, use that. Brand new stamp, so it's going to take a couple. Make sure it's pushed right in, especially when you're second stamping, because if it slightly shifts, then you're going to have what looks to be a little bit of a drunk sentiment. Okay, so it's the most wonderful time of the year. That's done. Set that one up there. I'm going to clean this off because I'm going to use the pine needles for the green one. So we're doing a red one and we're doing a green one. Okay. So this is my pine needles oxide. I'm going to do exactly the same. Oh, helps if you put the card base in first, everybody. So let's get that over there and give that a nice press. And there we go, just giving it that second one just to make sure it's super juicy, because I like the sentiment to stand proud. Now, you have options on ink blending. I did say in the additional supplies that if you wanted to, adding a little bit of ink blending really does make a nice difference. So I'm going to grab actually some foam, because neither, oh, lumberjack plaid does, but the pine needles doesn't. So let's just grab a spongy this can go back now. We'll take this out. And all I'm going to do is, as before, let's take this one. Oh, need the handle, not the foam. Right. Now, pine needles on the pine needles card. I'm going to load this up. It's a new sponge, so it will take a minute. And I am going to drag just ever so gently from the edges, just to create just a tiny border. Try not to make it too uniform. Make sure I drag in a little bit extra in some places by twisting the blending foam to the side. Just gives it a little bit of shape and a little bit, it makes it all tie in together. If you're going for the clean and simple look, then skip this step, because this is sort of a texture and interest building thing. And I'm going to do the same with this paper, just ever so slightly. Using the same ink pad to do this ties everything in one go. So really soft little accent there, so that when that goes on, it's just got that little extra. Now I'm going to take this one off and do the same with the lumberjack plaid. I don't know where all my handles have gone. I've obviously put them somewhere safe. Only got the one. You make 300 Christmas cards, Nedra. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm not sure that there's anybody out there that can beat that. That's really impressive. And I bet they love you for it. So, just dragging a little bit of ink from all sides. I know there are a lot of card makers that donate to veteran centres as well, in the States particularly, which I think is a really lovely thing to do. So, a little bit more ink. So don't worry if the ink pads that you've got are not exactly the same colour as the paper. It's any sort of colour that you use, as long as you tie it together, and things like popping a bit of ink blending and stamping the sentiment or some tiny little embellishment pieces in those colours will really make a difference. Right, okay, so let's just pop that over there for now. Okay, so these are our two card bases, and they're starting to take shape. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to die cut our stamped masked together. Just going to erase that pencil line first, because knowing my luck, it'll all go through the stitching. So let's get rid of that. Managed to get a bit of a smudge on my polar bear, so I'm just going to use a sand eraser. For those of you that are not familiar, this is a Tombow Mono one, and what you can do with it is it just sort of scratches away the top layer of paper. So if you've got a smudge or an imperfection that you would like gone, but less is more with this. Take your time, do it little bit by little bit, because then that way, there we go, it's like it's gone. Okay, so I'm gonna fire up the die cutter, the plates. Okay, so again, using that same die cut that I used in the previous card. So this is the 3 1/4 inch stitched circle. Pop that in. Get the little die cut machine and run. Save that bit for later. Pop the next one in. And run this one as well. Feel a little bit like Beyonce. Got a fan down here to blow some air around because it's super hot in here. We've got about 100 light bulbs on, and we realised that we had it by the window and it wasn't blowing, it was just blowing hot air into the room because the air outside is hot. So he's put it on the floor because the air's the coolest and my hair's all going fly away. Right, now let's do some colouring. So in your email, I did include the colours that I would be using. Now, as I said, I'm hoping to not have to use the zero. The zero is there if I make mistakes. But I picked out 2 reds and I picked out 2 greens and I also picked out a grey. Now, the grey I've just picked out just to give our polar bear just a little touch of shape. Yeah, wearing black. It's you know, it's a cardigan because I'm wearing a dress. And then I've got a cardigan because I always feel a bit naked without a cardigan these days. I don't know, it doesn't matter how hot it seems to be. I can be wearing a bikini and I still have to have a cardigan on. Anyway, I'm going to start with the CG3. And all I'm going to do here, oh dear, that's just emitted in a great big blob. So we will be using the clear immediately. I think perhaps the heat here has decided to impact everything. Right, well, we've got some shadow on the floor now as well of this polar bear. We'll deal with that. Now, I'm just going to put the tiniest amount of grey, as long as this doesn't blob on me, along the bottom of the polar bear's body and face, by the hand, around its behind, under its behind somewhat, and around the bottom of the paw. Just adding, oh gosh, this is really keen. Just adding a very small amount of shape. This hasn't happened to me with the Olos. It's happened with my Copics. But all I'm doing here is adding a very small amount of shading, just to give a bit of shape to our little polar bear friend. That's an enormous blob, so we're going to be using a lot of zero, it would appear. And then around its tail as well. But as you can see, apart from where it blobs, I am just touching the slightest of amounts around where I just want it to look like there's a bit of shape to him. I'll pop a little bit here as well. But because it's a very sketched image, you don't have to worry about being too particular. It's fine for it to be a bit loose and free. Let's pop a little bit of shadow behind his sweater. And perhaps just here around his neck as well. So, good job I got the zero out after all of that, wasn't it? So, zero to the rescue. He doesn't have a big lump here, so we'll push some of that back. And just soften those edges. Usually you take a featherlight hand when you're adding some shadow like this in, and that was made very difficult by the way that it all came marching out of my pen. But I'm just going around taking away some of that extra tone there, and I'll go over that again, and it will just keep pushing that colour in. Because we just want it to just give the polar bear a little bit of shape to him. Right, Okay, so by encouraging, dear oh dear, big old blob there as well. What could possibly go wrong when you're teaching, eh? Okay, so Bear has now got some shape and some shadow in certain spots. I'll keep working on this down here. It's just wet at the moment, but that will clear up. Now, hopefully, my reds and my greens are going to be better behaved. So, we have, I'll just show you on the sheet, we have R06 and R1.5. So the lingonberry is slightly lighter. So the 1.5 is what we will cover his sweater in. That looks to be behaving itself. So 1.5, and all I'm going to do is cover the whole area of his sweater in red. Now, I'm keeping this really simple because on a mass production, you want to be able to colour things that are going to be really nice and straightforward, but still look like they're really pretty. So that was the 1.5, and now this is the 0.6, and I am just going to go along the bottom edge of him and that top edge, and then along the bottom and around his neck and just under where that roll jumper sits. So I've essentially just created a darker loop. And then I go around the inside edge of that darker bit just to soften it, and I'm doing circular motions so that the ink just gets smudged in somewhat. And now that sweater looks quite 3D around the bear with just the two colours and the grey. So I'm going to do the same with the green. So we've got the BG 2.5 and the 2.7. So I'm going to start with the lighter colour, the 2.5, which is the Viridian. Yep, that one's not going to explode on me. Again, as with the red, I'm going to cover the whole sweater in this really nice colour. It's more of a tealy green, but it works so nicely with the colours in the paper pad that I thought we would use these ones rather than the super traditional tree greens. Okay, so that's 2.5. And now it's the 2.7, which is Peacock. Fancy that. Fancy me picking a colour called Peacock. And the same as with the red, I'm going to go all the way around the edges of the sweater. And then tuck back in under the neck because it's a roll neck. And I'm just going to do a couple of layers of that, just layer that colour in and then go back to the 2.5 and using a circular motion, just go over that edge where the lighter and the darker colours meet, just to smudge it somewhat. I'm not going over the middle bit again because I want that to remain a really nice light colour. So let's pop those there. The grey, naughty grey. Now I'm just going to double check over, and I can see that there are still some areas that the grey had crept. So I'm just going to use the 0 to push that back again. And then I think we are about there. There we go. So we've now got 2 polar bears that are coloured. We have the green and we have the red. So once these are assembled, now just to tie these stitched circles in, ever such a light hand, I'm going to go right around the edge. That's with the lumberjack red, and now with the pine needles. Just tying everything together. There we go. So at this point you can decide if you want to decorate your paper, your base, the card any further. And we've got the little Christmas tree. I think what we're going to do is we're going to use a little bit of the red ribbon on the red one. And all I'm going to do is I'm just going to snip off, how much is this? About 3 inches worth. I'm going to fold it in half and I'm going to stick it poking out of here. But before I do that, I'm just going to fishtail the end of the ribbons. If I can hold it still. Should really be using ribbon scissors for this. But there we go. Do the same at the other end. One and two. It's really fighting with me because I'm not using the correct scissors. But then what I'm going to do is fold them in half like this, and I'm going to stick them behind the polar bear so that they hang out. It's a really simple technique, and the way that I do this, I'll pop a load of glue here and then I cheat with some tape. Because it's the back, no one's going to see it, and I know then that this is being held nice and firmly in place. Let's just trim off that tiny bit there that's visible. I'm going to pop some, I've made a real mess here now. Let's get that all out of the way. Get some foam tape behind that circle. And I will stick it over the top of the tape that's holding the ribbon in place. A bit more. And then we will glue down our paper. Because I'm not going to be stamping anything further on the card base, I'm going to leave it as is. Pop that in place. And now remove my backing. So this is really cute, but it needs a peel off or two, I think. So let's take a nice skinny one. So this is the thinnest width. Just going to run that along the top there. Trim that off. And then I'm going to poke this in just behind. Trim that off. And take just the tiniest of pieces from this one. Attach that on. And trim that one as well. Really very simple. Where's my little... Add a few little extra sparkles because you can never have too many. One. Oh, you know what? We're going to go stars. Let's use some little red stars. I mean, you can use both by all means, but these are so pretty. And they effortlessly just add a little something that is it's just too cute. So I'm using all 3 sizes. And popping them all around the sentiment as well makes the sentiment seem really special. It really helps just to lift a little bit of... There we go. And of course, if you've got some sort of, you know, Winker Stella that you want to put over your igloo or some iridescent glitter perhaps, I think that would look really nice. Now let's assemble this little lad. So I'm going to glue okay, and then we're going to use a wider. Let's use the medium width, so we can go here. And then to there. And now we'll put this one back because it will be used. It will be useful at some point. I don't know how small the smallest piece is that I've ever saved, but it's definitely a lot smaller than that one. And now across the top. Pop that piece back. Okay, and I think we're going to use some of the little trees. And it was pine needles that we used. So let's find my block. Here we go. I'm just going to stamp this to look at how stark it's going to come out. Not very well at all if you don't press it down properly. I'm going to do multiple generation again. So we're going to stamp, ink, stamp, and then very well aware that the circle is going to hang over quite a few of these, but I think it looks cute to have a few. And we'll pop a couple at the top as well. Made a mess of that. I didn't quite stamp it off properly. I think that might just do it. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think that looks nice. Yes. Okay. So we're going to lift up our bear. You can of course do the same with the ribbon. We've got green ribbon still, but I thought I would do something a little bit different so that they're not complete carbon copies of one another. And then we are about to take a break, and when we come back we will be doing factory lining. So let's get lovely. And just a couple of little twinkles. We'll only use the smallest here so that we're not taking away from the trees. Let's pop some around the bear, just for a little bit of sparkle and shine. Okay. Oh. There we go. And so here are stamped and coloured. So the stamping and colouring is very straightforward. It's just basic ink. Keep your stamps in your stamp platform and then colour. Use the same colour at the same time, or do what I've done and use two different ones. But it means that we now, let's do a recap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cards are made, and we will be making 10 cards when we come back. So thank you ever so much, and I will see you in 15. Okay, we just charged the mics up for a minute, so that was why that was a little bit quiet when we came back, sorry. Okay, so we've made 10. I promise you the next 10 will not take as long. So, for these cards, I've got 10 card bases. Now, these are all white card bases and they're A2 in size. Obviously, as you please. You make as you see fit, if you want to make them bigger, if you want to make them coloured, whatever is going to suit your fancy. But this is what I'm starting with. Now, I've picked 3 pieces of patterned paper from the Magic of Christmas paper pad. And there are, again, pick whichever you choose. I've picked the green with the gold triangles. I have picked this super cute silhouette one for the cookie cutter icons because I think they will look really pretty on cards. And then I've got this super fancy damask gold foil over the script. And then I have taken a sheet of gold mirror, really lovely deep cherry red and a really deep forest green as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to work from a sketch. So ultimately what you want is the cards to be made in a fashion that means you can do multiple things all at once, so that you're going to be able to assemble everything nice and straightforward. So what we're going to start off with is our trimmer. We're going to use this. Let's show you this. So this is one of our card sketches. I've designed lots of them over the years, but this is a really nice straightforward one. It is printed to size, so this is the size of a card base. And we've got a little band across the middle, which is 1/2 inch by 4 1/4. That's sort of self-explanatory. Then we've got a mat, which is 2.5 by 3.5 inches, and that is in the same colour as the band. And then we've got this teal piece, which is 2 3/8 by 3 3/8. So it will fit really nicely inside. And the fact that it's teal denotes that it's a pattern paper. And then because we've got the peacock logo feather in the middle, that's where we're going to pop a like an icon, a piece of ephemera, a stamped image. And then because we've got Love from Lizi down here, that's where I'm suggesting you put the sentiment. Now it's a sketch, so it's just a very loose general layout, but this sort of design leans heavily on the white space and allows for the focal point to be up and centre. Now you can move it to the middle, you can shift it down the card, you can swap the sentiment and the icon. It's just a springboard. But what we're going to do is we're going to make 10 cards that follow this general layout. So to do that, we're going to need to cut our papers. Now, I'm going to use my big trimmer, which isn't particularly elegant when we're using the camera, but it's going to make it nice and straightforward to cut multiples at the same time. So what we're going to be doing first is we're going to cut all of our pieces. So we want 3 3/8 is the length. So I'm stacking these together. 3 3/8 is here. Make sure you've got them all stacked nicely if you're going to be risky and chop the way I am. But 3 3/8 go all the way along like that. Okay? And then it's 2 3/8 across. So 2 3/8 is here. So there's 3. And then we'll do another 2 3/8. So that's 6. And then we do another. That makes 9. And now, because we've left nice sized pieces here, I'm not going to make the 10th using that. I'm going to come over to my pad and have a little look at what we've started already and pick one of these. Now I think, is this not going to be big enough? It's not quite, which is unfortunate because that would have been wonderful, wouldn't it? But let's just use a piece of this. Oh, no, that is a perfect card base. The musical notes are going in the wrong direction here, so let's use some of this one. So it needs to be 3 3/8 in length by 2 3/8 in width. There we go. So now we have our 10 pieces all done there. What we need now are the navy, as it were, the dark piece, which is 2.5 by 3.5. So we will go 2.5 by 3.5. Get these all lined in. So I'm doing the 3.5 and then spinning them to now go by 2.5. So that's 3. 2.5. 6. And then 2.5 makes our 9. So we've got some spare pieces there. And again, instead of cutting into these lovely big chunks, I'm going to have a very quick look at some of the pieces that we had left over from earlier. Oh, is this going to work? That's 2.5 by 3.5. How lovely. So this was what was left over from our one sheet wonder. That makes me very happy when that happens. Okay, now what we need are the belly bands, and these are 4.25 inches by 1/2 inch. So what I'm going to do, because this is 8.5 inches wide, and I will just confirm, yes, I get 2 out of each. So, because this is there, we want 1/2 inch. So they're 7.5 inches long at the moment, these pieces of cardstock. So I'm going to cut them at 7. So that's 6. And then I will cut these here. Sorry, that's not 6. Well, and we will do an extra set just because we want to make sure. It's better to have too many than not enough, isn't it? And this is the purpose of factory lining. Cutting everything all together at the same time makes life so much easier. So let's move that out of the way. And I'm actually going to use my smaller trimmer for these because it's just much easier to cut these in half using this. So we are going to need, let's move the pattern papers there, 1, 2, 3, 4 gold, and we're going to need 3 of each red and 3 of green. So 3, 3 and 4. Okay. So let's mark these because of course my trimmer is not quite the right size. Where's my pencil gone? Hiding at the back. So 4.25. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we need 1, 2, 3, but we'll have a spare of the red. And then of the green, we'll take another 2. So I did actually a whole extra snip that I didn't need to there. But this is only for the first 10. So you can just keep going with these, can't you? So that's 4 1/4, and so is that. Okay, so now I'm just going to slide these in and drop it down over the top. So this is, it takes a little time to do the cutting, but if you get them all done together, then assembly becomes so straightforward because you're just doing the same thing time and time again. Oh, nearly threw that one on the floor. And all I'm doing is lining up my pencil mark with the cutting blade and then dropping it down. So, nearly there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to attach the mats to the pattern paper. So we'll start off with by putting glue just down the middle, again because we're putting this onto a nice shiny piece of cardstock. We know that it's going to want to spread out. 1. Now I'm going to put this really pretty damask print over the green. I don't know if many of you have caught any of my 10 cards in 20 minutes. However, this is exactly the sort of thing that I would be panic making to get done in time. Let's just twist that. Not going to twist. Okay. I have managed it a couple of times, and it turns out that using a Pritt stick or glue stick has been an absolute game changer for me. The cookies are going to go over the red. Still not quite centre, is it now? Now, getting these all lined up takes a little bit of, finickiness, but they really do look lovely when they're done. And then I'm putting these green triangles over the gold because because there's a lot of white in them. The green, you can do them all over gold. It's whatever you really like the look of ultimately. Or you could do as I've done, do lots of different pattern papers. You could use the same patterns. Cookies on the red. So this is how I would suggest. If I can remember when for my little piglet's first birthday, I made these super cute little invitations. They had these elephants on and they were very, very cute. And I think I had to make something crazy like 58 invitations. Thankfully, not everybody said that they would come because they wouldn't have all fit in our tiny little garden. But it was really lovely to be able to make them so personalised. And I think they were appreciated because of that. But there we go. And then 2 more. One. And the final piece. 2. Okay. And now we have our 10 card bases. So, going to apply glue and attach the band. Now, I don't know what I've just done with my layout. Probably buried it somewhere. There we go. If you look on the card base, I have it just above the centre mark. Okay, and that's what we're going to do for all 10. And we're doing 3 of the green, 3 of the red, and 4 of the gold. Now I'm making these all in line with the sketch, but as I say, you can make these, you can put the belly band a bit higher, you can put it a bit lower. It's entirely up to you. Flip them portrait, landscape, sorry, they are portrait. But just above that halfway mark. And this is a really good way to get a real good head start. And of course, if you're an edger and you're making 300, this is a fabulous way, especially if, you know, if your kid does sports and it's a long sport. This is a brilliant way to keep your hands busy, because the design work is done for you. At this point, you are cutting and assembling. 1, 2, 1 more of the reds. And then 4 of the golds. And you can trim off any excess that there might be at the end. You can keep these as single layer cards as well, which makes them great if you're putting them in the post. I will lift mine up slightly because I love a little bit of lift. Makes me happy when they're dimensional. But again, if you have lots to send out, I'm sure that will end up being quite costly with the cost of postage these days. So, penultimate one. And then here we now have the last. Okay. So they are all stuck down. I'm going to give those all a moment to bond. Move that out of the way. Now I'm going to get some foam. I might run out of this roll at this rate. Get this all attached on here. And it's much easier to snip on my lap from a large roll. Okay, have we still got anyone crafting with us? Or have I over managed the expectation here? I just thought it would be really nice, because 20 cards into the Christmas cards is a good chunk in, isn't it? You feel like we've achieved something and got on our way. Okay. if you've managed to catch any of my 10 cards in 20 minutes, what I often try and do is get the cards made, like this part, and then as soon as it hits 20 minutes, that's when I sit down and I just decorate. And there are so many different ways to decorate, with peel-offs and ephemera and gems and bits of ribbon. So we'll get these made and then it's a case of decorating. So I'll try to show you some nice simple techniques for decorating. So this is our last one. There we go. So it's all been very factory lined to now. Well, I'm very pleased that we've got everyone still in that can be. Right, so 3 green, 3 red, 4 gold. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to match whatever the outside edge is with the band across the middle. Take these out. Okay. I'm just going to trim that whilst I'm here looking at it. Make sure that you have your patterns all turned around the right way up before you stick them down, because otherwise they might look a little bit skew-iff. To be fair, most of these we could probably get away with any which way, apart from the cookie cutter ones. And even then, I think you would be forgiven if it was put on upside down, because it's just a silhouette. Okay, back to the red. Okay. Okay. And then get that on. Right. We must also mention that we begin shipping next week for the current subscription box, which will be very, very good fun to get out and along and on its way to everyone. So just giving this, oh, and the green, I missed that one. Right, so okay, so now they are super simple, but I still think very beautiful, because I love these papers. They make me very happy. You have 10 cards, and I mean, we have one like this, and then there we go, 3 of each of the other designs. Now, recommendations on decoration. When you're making multiples like this, I would strongly suggest keeping them simple. The little cookie people, as you please. We can pop a piece of ephemera on each of them and they will look gorgeous. There's no question. Let's put some on, shall we? So, very cute little gingerbread lady, which works obviously over the silhouette. Was that me? Did I say cookie people? Oh dear. Oh dear. She might be getting tired. Sorry. Oh, look at this gorgeous little cherub. The thing is, you can't go wrong with any of your choices. They're all gonna look gorgeous. Okay. Right. And you can put them in the middle, you can put them at the bottom, at the top, wherever suits your fancy. A little. I need an Don't you start. Use the die cut sentiments. Yes, you know what? That's a lovely idea, Mary. The die cut sentiments in gold. I think the reason that that I'd intended to use the ephemera pieces is because when you're factory lining, it's a case of trying to get them as straightforward as possible whilst still looking pretty. And because I love me the lash girls and the cookie people, that I mean, look at that darling little cherub. So pretty. You can't go wrong with them. But yes, certainly the gold sentiments will be super elegant. These papers will lend themselves in both directions for that, which is really nice. Let's pop her a little bit lower down. There we go. Better save some of the cookie people for later. Oh, let's put this little sweetheart in red over the red. And I've got 3 more to go. So let's, oh, should we use a big Christmas tree? I don't want to cover too much of the paper because they are so pretty. Oh, let's have, they all work. All of the little darlings. Let's have a little chap with the violin. Okay, and we've got 2 more. Let's have the little harp. Yes, let's have a little harp. Nearly just gave him a very severe haircut there. Must be getting tired. And finally, let's have let's have a really pretty floral, pink and green. Okay, so now we have, let's scooch these together. Oh dear, good job we're not on the close-up. You'd have just been made to feel quite sick. Okay, so 10 cards with ephemera pieces. Very simple, very straightforward, very easy to replicate. And the thing is, because your friends will only get one, they won't know that someone else got the card that looks very similar. So this works beautifully. You've got the peel-offs, which to decorate are so quick, simple and straightforward. So the ones that have got some red, I'm going to add a few red stars to. Tucking some behind always helps. Mixing up the sizes always makes it look very pretty. And this takes moments to do. It's not a tricky way to decorate a card, and it just adds in that super cuteness. I'll pop one of these tiny little ones down here. Oh, she can't choose, she's getting tired. But a few little stars are lovely. With the gold just dropping in that little bit of green. So let's use the widest width. There we go. Just adding in that extra piece of green. Adding in the sentiments, the die cut sentiments, or indeed stamping a sentiment as well. That will look really pretty. Let's just trim that. I need to trim the gold a little bit as well. So we'll do 2 birds with 1 stone there. And pop that piece in. There we go. So just adding that extra band and some twinkly bits. Let's go with this one. They don't have to be in a spray. You can just decorate in a cute little line. Varying the sizes makes it look very pretty. So let's just move that one over ever so slightly. Oh gosh. Okay. And then adding a couple the tiny ones just a little drop lower. And then we'll pop one on the other side just so that there looks like there's a continuation there. So you can also accentuate the band by adding some pieces there. Obviously got some ribbons left over which you can tuck behind. You can stamp holly jolly. Let it snow, it's the most wonderful time of the year. And again, these gorgeous sentiment dies. Now, where did I put them all? Here. Let's attach some of them. So, as I mentioned before, you can put the whole pack through, which is great. And let's have a little look. Let's pop one on this one. Losing my mind to my hand. I was just looking for the card I'd chosen and I'm holding it over here. Oh dear. Right. So, let me show you. I'm going to put Let It Snow down at the bottom here. So I'm going to tape my mask where I want the sentiment to go. Let it snow. And have I lost my little triangle? Maybe I have. Oh no, there it is. So any of them that had popped out, I collected. So it's let it and then snow I've got in the die still. Okay, so to attach this, fine tip glue. We're going to pop tiny weeny little dots. And the best thing to do is to try and get it on all of the extremities, all the bits that stick out the furthest, because they're the pieces that are going to want to lift. And then get a hold of it and essentially paper piece it back in to where the negative space is. Okay, so that's the let, and then it. And dot, 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 dot. You can throw it down on the table, give it a little holiday before it goes. And then it goes in there. And then snow is still in my die from when I cut it. Out you come. I can of course pick the dies off of the sheet, but it really helps to have them staying on that backing sheet, because then you know that you've got everything in the right spot. Oh, and I've got that tiny little piece to poke out first from the bottom of the S. Okay. Now on all of the edgy bits that are hanging away and off. Right, and so now snow fits right back in there. And what we do is we take the tape off. There is also the little heart, but I'm going to do that in a moment. Just going to get the letters down as they should. And I'm having to encourage them to stay because they're wanting to go for a wander. And then the final one, snow. Okay, so let it snow. And now I'm going to pop the tiniest little dot for the little heart there, and then I'm just going to press that through. There we go. So, and I've got just one more little heart here that I'm going to add on because it's really cute, and I would much rather have it on the card than sitting next to it. So, sentiments are beautiful. As I say, the more acetate behind it that comes in your pad, it's really, really pretty. And the Merry Christmas, you can make shakers with it if you want to. But we, my lovelies, are going to call it. We did 20 cards. Now, more are up for decoration and stamping, but we did the factory lining, which was what I'd really hoped that we would be able to manage. So we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all the same with slight different decoration on some. We did our 6 one sheet wonder cards. We've made a gift, and this really is a special gift card because the person that opens this knows how special they are to you. And then we have some stamping and paper piecing just because we can. So there's 20 cards today. Obviously you had to introduce some of your own cardstock and a few extra bits and pieces, but ultimately at the end of this class you've still got your whole die set full of sentiments, your stamp set and a ready to go mask. You've got your 3 sheets of peel-offs, which we haven't even really scratched the surface with. You've got still a whole piece of ribbon and an angel. And you've got an enormous amount still in your paper pad. As I say, we've barely scratched the surface of all of the lovely things. We didn't use any of the stickers, the acetate, the vellum. So I think as a Kickstarter to get you going and you can replicate these so many different ways. Look up, see layouts, have a look to see if you can find some that you think, you know what, that's straightforward, I can factory line those, and you will be getting so many lovely cards. The other thing that you can do with those sort of factory line cards, make 10, tie a really pretty ribbon around them and give them as a Christmas gift to someone. Give it a bit early so that they can use them, but that's a really nice thing to give someone. I really hope you've enjoyed today. I certainly have. We have got more classes coming. We've got our super kit, lots and lots of lovely exciting things, so stay tuned. Sign up to our newsletter, and of course any of the cards that you've made, please share them in our Facebook group and everywhere else. Until next time, please make something beautiful. Bye.